number we've been looking for is 3. There are 3 dolphins currently in Norway. Can we get that number down to 0, guys? Do you think that's something we can try and do? She dated Elon Musk, but then she dated a trans woman, so it's like on balance, I guess. Yeah, she's okay. Oh no! Oh! Fuck! I just reached to try and stop the piece from falling off, and then I smashed my entire Lego up. I smashed my entire fucking Lego up entirely. Song me, and it had other people. Because you didn't just play as Neo. In fact, did you play as Neo at all? Maybe it's a different game. How many Matrix games are there? So I'm just building this. Got the extra sideways RAM. That's a very 8-bit thing to say. Yeah, so I need to figure out I still need to figure out a few things, but I'm gonna put it back together. Thank you, Maya. I'm gonna put it back together what I've got, which I guess is actually it's just the door. There he goes. Oh, he might hit the thing. Don't hit the thing while he... Oh no, his chains come off. His chains come off. So, starting to streamline this process now. Do you want to hear a juicy click? Yes, you do. Shit. That was a very failed attempt at a juicy click. I'm just going to go and pick up the Lego.
At this and just going like, well, what the fuck?
I hope so. I hope so. And I also hope that I mean, what should be done about the people who are currently, you know, the founders and things? I mean, what?
I mean, if you look at what happened in the 80s and 90s, people just pretend that things didn't happen. People pretend that things didn't, and this is why I get like, you know, there's people in my life who I know said very sort of.
You're not trying to sort out, you know, speech or whatever. Someone else do it. You can do it next year or whenever you know. Hopefully the offer will still be there. I'm sure they'll be very privileged to have you on. Okay, here we are. Wait a second. That's better. Hello everybody. It's Sunday, the 30th of June, and this is a special Transbricks because we've got a super special guest, and it's Natacha Kennedy. Hello, Natacha. Let's just check that your sound works. Yes, good. If there's any audio issues, can people let us know? Because we have been messing around to get to. That's why we're a little late starting. Sorry about the delay. Normally we start about 1 o'clock. Right now it's almost 1:30. But it's fine. It's fine. How's everyone doing today? Hello, Aurelia. Whoop whoop. We're back on the streak. Oh, you're on a 15 stream streak. Well done. That's cool. Well done. So yeah, Natacha, it's really nice to have you here with me in my little Lego room. Cool. Yeah, so today I'm going to be building the Ornithopter from Dune. Have you seen that film?
No.
You've not seen Dune? Oh, it's really, really good.
Oh, I've seen bits of it. I haven't seen the whole thing. I don't get time to watch whole films.
Really? You're a very busy woman, huh?
Yes.
Yes. So you should definitely tell us all about that then. You know, so you're very active on Twitter, and you post good, as they say.
I'm active on Twitter because I'm actually slightly dyspraxic, and sometimes I need to have something just to do something different, and then I can concentrate again. It's my way of making concentration. I can't concentrate for a long period.
So dyspraxia. I've heard of it, but I actually don't know what it is.
It's a kind of a neurodiversity. it means that you lots and lots of different versions of it. Some people are very, very clumsy, and don't control their arms and legs very well and things like that. That's not really me.
Okay.
Actually,
Apparently we've got a bit of an echo. Sorry, Natasha. I was going to stop you now because we've got a bit of an echo. Is it major echo or is it just faint echo, Aurelia? What's the situation? What's the sitch with the echo? Let me just try something.
Shall I try my headphones again?
Oh, yeah, maybe. It's major echo. Okay, I think probably I think I know what it might be. I think I need to go into my audio settings, turn off monitor. Could be an issue for me.
Okay, does that work better now? Better?
I think I think there is a little less echo, but I also think that I've maybe messed something up as well. So 1 second. Let's try that. How's that? Do we try just call it 1, 2, 3? Yeah.
1, 2, 3. Testing. Echo.
Right. Aurelia says no. So from the last one, Aurelia, because I think that was quite quick. Is that okay now? I think that's good now. I think we got it.
Good. Great.
Sorry about that, everybody.
I was talking about just describing dyspraxia.
Dyspraxia, yeah.
It's a different way of looking at the world. Your brain functions in a slightly different way. I was told concentrating for long periods is difficult, or remembering things, multiple things, is difficult. Especially today. I'm amazed I remembered this because I got quite drunk last night at Pride London.
So did I. Yeah. Oh, good. We're both hungover from Pride. I'm so relieved, honestly, because it's like I didn't want to kind of say, oh, I'm so hungover today, because it's like it's typical. Yeah. It's so unprofessional. But at the same time, it was Pride yesterday. It was the Pride parade. So like, it's a really good excuse.
Yes. That's why I need some tea.
Yeah, I got coffee. I got coffee and water ready to go.
So it's a different way of looking at things. And when I was assessed, the psychologist said you have a very good way of you can look at things in 3 dimensions in a way that non-dyspraxic people can't.
Oh.
And then I actually found out that very likely Albert Einstein was dyspraxic.
Oh, cool.
And he could look at things in like 7 or 8 dimensions, couldn't he?
I don't know how many dimensions he could look at things in, but he was quite a smart guy, that's for sure.
Yeah, but he couldn't tie his shoelaces.
Right.
Yeah. So that's dyspraxia. I mean, I don't wear shoes with laces anymore.
Can't tie shoelaces, can understand the fundamental laws governing the universe. I guess.
Yeah.
I think it's probably on balance. I think that's he's come out ahead, you know.
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
So you're special. So you can't tie your shoelaces, but you.
Well, I can, but I don't wear shoelaces. Well, I don't wear shoes with laces.
Well, that's even smarter, honestly. I think that's really super smart.
Yeah. So Einstein didn't have that option, being a man. You see.
Yes, and living in those times, they didn't have special shoes. Oh, I guess just like pull-ons or whatever, sandals or I don't know.
Yeah. Women had shoes that didn't lace up, but men didn't. So.
I'm trying to think. I'm just trying to visualize a woman's shoe now from 1930s or whatever, and I'm coming up blank. I don't know what it looks.
They're probably. I think they're a bit more like our court shoes. Or
okay. So they might have a strap or a
just
buckle.
Boots, like the pull-on boots and stuff. So, yeah.
Cool.
But that's why I tweet a lot, because sometimes I need to do something very quick, off and back, and I can concentrate on what I'm doing again. It's
that makes sense. That totally makes sense. Yeah. And I think I'm probably a little bit ADHD, and so I kind of get distracted very easily. So I'm doing one thing, and then I start doing another thing, and then I get distracted and kind of realize. And before I know it, I'm cleaning the kitchen when I'm meant to do, something else. But I'm trying to get to that point where I can do the original task, kind of thing. So that's,
Yeah, it's a bit like me.
Okay.
But I generally don't clean the kitchen.
Well, that was an example. I never clean the kitchen.
Yeah.
No, that. That was an example, but yeah, you understand what I mean. Hey, Wildcard, how you doing? Yes, we finished the tech issues pretty quick. We're getting better at it. There's I'm always aware of things like echo and stuff now, so that's the first thing I check, and we got that sorted. And hello, Sloth Dude, how you doing? Nice to see you, Sloth Dude. What are you building at the moment, Sloth Dude? You've been building dinosaurs, haven't you? You've been building various Jurassic Park dinosaurs, and then replacing the heads. Which is quite amusing. He's been making his own dinosaurs and swapping the heads around and various things like that. Earlier says my job here is done. Nap time. What? Not really. We've certainly got at least one mod on right now. We're probably gonna have a couple more mods on, just because sometimes my guests attract. Well, actually, not just my guests, but just being a trans streamer. Attracts some nasty people. So I have mods to protect us. Don't worry about that. If you do see it in the chat, just ignore it. Don't engage, and it'll be deleted, and it'll be like they never existed. Just to let you know. Which is an ideal world, honestly. Just if they never existed, that would be nice.
Definitely.
So we've got an election coming up. Is that something that is weighing heavily on your thoughts at the moment?
I think it's everything has been so transphobic. The media has been intensely, they've been trying to push the politicians to be more transphobic. And so far, there's been all these people in the media, including, that author and people like that. And so far, I've only heard of one trans person being allowed to speak in mainstream media. That was Elaine Scattermoon last night.
Yes, I saw that.
Natasha Devon.
Yes.
On LBC. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's literally the only instance.
Yeah. So that's not good at all.
We're always talked about. We're never talked to, are we?
Yeah, and that's that reflects the cast review and all of that. And it seems like the media has been pushing Labour to become more and more transphobic,
and it's working apparently. I mean, as far as I can tell, it's working because every time Keir Starmer opens his mouth or West Streeting or whatever, they're trying to push the envelope. It's like they're trying to appeal to Tory voters by by trying to appease Tory voters by leaning into that kind of transphobia, instead of sticking to the guns and actually doing the right thing, which is, respecting all people who they should be representing. Oh, there you are.
Hello?
Yeah, you're back. Yeah.
Oh, it's a dodgy thingy.
Dodgy connection.
Headphone. That's right. Okay. Yeah. Brand new computer, but old headphones. But yeah, it looks like he wants to set up a kind of trans section 28. You can't talk about trans, or as they call it, gender ideology in school.
Yeah.
Well, gender ideology doesn't exist. They're trans people anyway, so we can get around that, I guess. But that is quite scary. Some of that. I mean, we'll only really know when we finish the election. But it's that every time he goes on, every time he's interviewed in the media, the journalist asked him to do something transphobic, and he says, "Yeah, I'll do that."
Yeah, all right. Yeah.
That's basically what's happening.
Yeah, come on. It is ridiculous, isn't it? It really is.
And the fact that before the election even started, Labour said they thought the cast review was gold standard.
I know.
For treating trans people, and all of this complete hooey, and it's that's just ridiculous, because it's not silver standard, it's not bronze standard, it's
no standard at all, standard. Is it? It's been refuted by pretty much every major medical organisation, especially those concerned with transgender healthcare, and the ones which are generally widely admired within the professional medical community. But no, it's
not been peer reviewed either.
It's not even been peer
reviewed. Which
reviewed.
means it's zero status.
No, it's just rubbish, isn't it? But it's obviously, what was the word I heard the other day? It's policy based. It's a policy based. What's it called? A policy based review, basically. So they started with the starting point was, we need you to come to this conclusion. And then Cass was like, yeah, okay, let's do that then. And so she disregarded a huge amount of evidence, declaring it as, not high quality or whatever. And what remained was literally just cherry picked in order for them to be able to get to where they wanted her to get to. It's incredibly depressing.
And the quality of evidence she used for a lot of her conclusions was absolute. Very, very low or zero. It was anecdotal. It was,
some of it was YouTube links, right? That's what I saw.
It was.
It would have been laughed out. If a graduate or whatever had handed, or someone who was doing some kind of degree was handing this in as a paper, as a coursework, they would get a fail. They'd be laughed out and told to redo it, because it's just
none of my students would have passed with
exactly.
something like that.
Good. What do you what's your area of expertise? What do you teach?
I'm a sociologist.
Oh.
But I work in education studies department at Goldsmiths College, and so I'm training teachers. I teach about education and various learning theories and psychology and sociology of that.
Cool.
But it says running out of time.
Oh yeah, it does. We got 10 minutes. Well, we'll have to just set up another meeting if that's.
Set up another one, and
I don't.
And it wants to sell me something suddenly. Oh Jesus!
I don't pay for it.
Oh, wait.
We're on Zoom, by the way. If anyone's wondering, we're on Zoom. We tried a few other things, but they didn't seem to work. Again, that's why we're delayed. Don't worry about it. Just try and ignore the impending countdown of Doom, which is not appearing on the stream, luckily. We'll and then we'll just disconnect.
We'll just rejoin
temporarily and rejoin again. It's not a big deal. Stress. Hey Bill, how you doing? It's nice to see you. Elaine is lovely. Yes, she is lovely, Elaine. I was following her on my old account, and then I realised that I wasn't following her on my new account, so I've just corrected that mistake. I wouldn't mind getting Elaine on as a guest. Actually, that would be quite nice.
She would be very cool. Thoroughly recommend that.
Yeah, I should contact her. I think that'd be good. So Aurelia says, Pride Parade yesterday had the trans float at the front in solidarity with trans people, specifically due to the rise in transphobia, especially in the media, the past couple of years, and I tweeted about something similar, didn't I? It was nice to have that. It was nice that, so I don't know what it was like at your Pride Parade yesterday. I'm sure it was very nice, but we had a great time. It was quite a big one. Possibly not as big in Oslo as last year, because last year was the Pride after the shooting. So the shooting was 2 years ago, and I was there for that. So then Pride was cancelled, and then last year I couldn't go because I was in Thailand. But then last year it was like a really big Pride. A lot of people kind of came together in solidarity with the LGBTQ community, and it was really nice. This year's the numbers are slightly down, but there's still, I think it was still about 3. I can't remember now. No, I don't want to give a number in case it's wrong, but it was still a lot of people.
Actually, in London, they said it about 35,000.
35,000.
Which
that's
actually
not bad.
Isn't that much bigger than Trans Pride last year. Last year it was 25 to 30,000.
Oh wow! Okay.
So that's not bad. Of course, we didn't get any media coverage of it.
Of course you didn't, because the media in the UK is institutionally transphobic.
Yep.
And kind of homophobic as well, I suppose.
Yeah. But it was good in London. I mean, the only thing was when I was going past all the media vans and stuff like that with the cameras looking down, I had my placard that was talking about the deaths of 16 plus children because of CAS and the NHS. And I was holding that up to try and catch the cameras, and they kept moving the cameras away. They were literally trying to avoid it.
They were. So yeah, I mean, even so, the BBC is a big, a big. They do this a lot. I I can't find words today. Words are difficult today.
Yeah, it was all of them though. It wasn't just the BBC. It was everyone I went to.
But I was watching. I was looking at something recently where they had a Transformers cartoon, for children or whatever, and they'd censored out a part of the animation they'd actually cut, because it just mentioned something about being non-binary, like the robot said they were non-binary, and they censored that and they cut it out. They edited it just to make sure that young children would be completely unaware of the concept of non-binary. And I think that's disgraceful.
Yeah, it's Section 28 at the BBC.
Exactly. It's Section 28 in the back door. It's not official. It's just that everyone's really happy to play along. It's like, you don't have to do this. Oh no, I really want to. I really want to make sure that we suppress the whole notion of gender identity. I think it's because it's so wrong. We should always they're always very keen to only show cis-het normative kind of lifestyles. It's and that was really horrible. I mean, that's really bad. And they were found out. People have been talking about it on the internet, but nothing will change. Nothing will happen. They're just really happy to kowtow that government line. And we can only hope that when the government does change and Labour obviously will get into power, I suppose, then things will get better. Like, I'm hoping that they'll kind of roll back the rhetoric a little bit, knowing that they're now in power and they don't have to actually be horrible to trans people anymore in order to gain that position. They can, and I also hope that the opposition kind of keeps them in line as well. But who knows? Oh, I've lost your sound again. Sorry. Nope. What's going on? Have I pulled my own thing out? What's happening? Hold on. No, I'm definitely live. I can't hear you. Yeah, I know, but can anyone hear Natacha right now? Because I can't. It's not coming through. How strange. I haven't touched anything. Let me just check my levels. Yeah, no, I really is not hearing you either. No one's hearing you on the stream now. Yeah, it can only be Zoom, because the thing is, you are coming through. It's just not coming into OBS. But that doesn't make any sense, because that doesn't make any sense. How can that happen? That's the weirdest bloody thing. It looks like the problem's on my end. Say 1, 2, 3. Yeah, it's coming into OBS. That's just ridiculous that it's just decided to just do that. That's ridiculous. Also, the music's gone. This is odd. This is really odd. Yeah, Nayate, hi, thanks for the first time chat. It's a good suggestion, that actually. That's a very good idea. It's grim, but I think that'll be effective. Right, I'm not sure what to do because this is very strange. I'm just gonna press some buttons and hope that it fixes itself. I may have to restart the stream if it doesn't. Oh, go away. Zoom. Okay, try 1, 2, 3. I have no idea what to do with this now. Right, hold on. Let me just unplug and plug some.
Me on Twitch? Can you hear me on Twitch?
Yeah, I can hear you now. You're back on.
Oh, and I'm not orange as well.
And you're not orange. That's really good.
I'm not orange.
I have no idea what happened then, but something just went wrong because I unplugged my audio interface and plugged it back in again, and now it's working. So let's hope let's hope it stays working.
Right.
Very strange.
So, should we turn off the Zoom? Because I don't like being on it.
Yeah, go on. Yeah, let's stop the. Let's turn the Zoom off. And then you're going to restart again, yeah?
And I thought, can you do me via Twitch now?
Oh.
Can you see me on Twitch?
I don't know. Hold on, let me just check. I haven't checked.
It just suddenly worked.
Did it? I can see you on Twitch, yeah, but wasn't the
Can you hear me now?
Maybe. Hold on, let me just check. On mute. Okay, say something.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah, I think I can hear you on Twitch now, so that's cool. So things are just working where they weren't working before. Incredible. So okay, I may lose you temporarily from the stream. Let's just close Zoom. Zoom is gone. It's not, it's still there. Go away, Zoom. Leave meeting. Go away. For some reason my music's quite loud as well. There are various things happening here which I'm not happy about. Bring the guest back on. Here. There you are. Right. Say 1, 2, 3. Say 1, 2, 3.
1, 2, 3.
There you go. Right. Is everything good? Can we get some confirmation?
1, 2, 3. I'm getting you're on delay now for me, but never mind.
You shouldn't do if you're looking at me through the Twitch app on the desktop. So on the web browser.
Yeah, I am.
On the web browser, you shouldn't have any delay. I mean, sorry, through the green room, through the preview stream output. Can you see me on the preview stream output? It's where I joined you, and where we it's where we were before the stream started.
Oh, I don't think I've got that up now.
Okay.
Hang on.
Because otherwise it will be delayed.
I think I might have closed that bit down. Right. Sorry, I'm just I'm completely new to Twitch.
It's okay.
So where's this?
Now we have echo again. Echo again? You're joking me.
Oh, great.
What about now? This is so stupid. The audio is being really weird today.
Yeah, you're on delay for me, but that's it. It doesn't work. It doesn't help being hungover, does it?
No, nothing helps when you're hungover. Okay, so it sounds good now. Apparently. Is the
right?
So the audio for me.
We just do it with the delay and put up with it.
I guess we'll have to try. It's going to be a bit tricky though. Let me just play around a little bit with stuff. Hold on.
Yeah, it's about 5-6 seconds delay.
Yes, and that's because you're watching me through the. That's because you're watching me through the Twitch stream, through the live stream, right? What is happening?
Yeah.
What is happening here? I've got audio coming through from somewhere.
Hang on. It wouldn't. Twitch wouldn't work properly because I was using Opera.
Right.
And I had to switch to Chrome.
Oh.
And so that's probably where the green room was in Opera.
That's Yeah. Are we keeping this stream?
Yeah.
We'll
I just went
keeping
back to it, and it says it doesn't work. Hang on.
I got some issues with my audio now. Something's really strange. I've got music, and I can't figure out where the music's coming from. This is so stupid. I've not got anything open that's going to be creating this music. It's not my iPad. No, it's not my iPad. What is going on? Oh my god, it's Spotify. Spotify was up. Spotify was playing because I'd pressed play on my media button. Spotify was going for it, and then I also had pretzel, and I was getting some real confused things going on. Oh my gosh, that's better. That was stressing me out. Oh, no one else probably heard that, but I was just hearing all sorts of stupid things, and it's very difficult to concentrate when you're just being bombarded with sound. But now, did you get? Oh right, Rex, were you listening to the smooth jazz as well?
Oh.
I didn't realize that was on. That's probably going to get copyright struck then. I've messed this stream up so badly. I had Spotify up,
No.
and it was playing that. And
I was just trying to log in.
Oh right, hold on. You're coming back onto the. You seem to have fallen out of my stream. But I can still hear you.
I was just trying to open in a different browser.
Oh God! Well, let's not fix.
And see if that and see if I could get back into the green room.
Right, you're back. You're back.
I'm back. Okay, let me put it back up there
so
again.
Let's just do a checklist. You can see and hear me.
Yep.
I'm not delayed by any seconds. It's
nothing at all.
And
perfect now.
You look pretty good on the stream, and
I'm not orange.
You're not orange. I think we're good. I think we can continue wherever. We've just been messing around for the past. It feels like 15 minutes or so.
Yeah.
I don't even know what we're talking about.
Firefox definitely works better than Chrome. I can say that.
Good. Right. Well, this is good information for people who are wondering about that. I'm gonna mess around. Let's try it. Still haven't really sorted a proper setup yet. Cool. That's fine. Right. And now I am actually gonna make some Lego now. But we can carry on chatting as well, of course. But I've got a big task. Ahead of me, and that is to pour my box onto the table, because this is what's known as a chaos build. So I'm gonna have a lot of pieces spread all over my table, as well as talking to you and trying to keep it together and be interesting and fun and witty. I'm also going to try and control the Lego. So let's see how this goes. I'm gonna switch to the build scene. No, I'm not. I'm gonna start the build camera. A second. It's just one of those streams. It's a post Pride Day stream.
Yep.
There we go. Right. Oh, what's this? What's in here? Oh, cool. It's Baron Harkonnen's outfit, which I'll put here. Here we go. I think. Oh no, something went on the floor, but that's not too bad. got most of it on the table. Where did that go? Ah, I don't see it. Okay, well, never mind.
That's because you don't wear shoes in the house in Norway, do you?
No.
Normally,
No.
Yeah.
No. Well, we don't have carpets. So the one major difference between English houses and Norwegian houses is in England you have a lot of carpets. Like not always, but carpets. Whereas in Norway we do not have carpets. I remember when so I'm English, but my wife is Norwegian, and she when we were living in the UK, which we were living in the UK for a long time, she was always amazed when, like for example, we had houses and there were carpets in the toilets, and she was just like that's
in the toilets.
That's not right. You can't have carpets in the toilets. It's not possible. And I was like, "Yep, we got carpets everywhere."
Well, I picked a lot up from. I lived in Norway many years ago.
Yeah, okay, you did, yeah.
So I don't have carpets except in the bedroom, and I also don't wear shoes.
Cool. Yeah.
But that's partly because I married a Japanese woman, and they don't have shoes in the house at all in Japan. So.
Sorry, I'm just collecting my Lego. So yeah. When did you get married?
28 years ago.
Oh, congratulations! You're doing really well. And so, are you one of these women who survived the marriage, survived the transition?
We did, yes.
Oh, well done. That's really amazing.
Which was interesting, but it worked.
No, that's great to hear. I always, I hoped that mine would, obviously, but it didn't. We're still very good. We're still very good friends. Like there's no animosity between us, but we're not together anymore. She's still back in the north of Norway, and I'm down here in Oslo. But yeah, no, it's really good to hear when it does work out. That's the dream, honestly.
I think some of the people who've turned out, some of the trans people who've turned out to be transphobic, they're the ones who've had relationships that have failed. Oh yeah. And have maybe failed badly.
Are you saying I'm transphobic?
Some of the ones. No. I mean, the ones who are transphobic, some of them.
Yeah, I know.
Do you know what I mean? I'm not going to mention any names because they'll try and sue me, but because that's what happens in the UK now.
Whisper it to me because I'm okay. I'm in Norway and they can't really sue me here. just send me a message.
I don't. Everybody knows who they are anyway. They're, but I think that's the reason, at least what I've heard.
Well, there often are kind of. It's often, people who are transphobic often have underlying reasons for them to kind of be this. Like they're damaged or they're hurt, and so they try to take the anger and the hurt out on someone else or something else. Oh, thank you for the subscription, Moonrose. That's fantastic. You resubbed for 2 months. Fantastic. Thank you so much. You're a superstar. Let me just see if I can get a heart for you. Will the heart work? Will the heart work? It does. Yay! Check it out. So yeah, that's cool. And actually, we've got some chat that I've probably been ignoring a little bit too much. So I'm gonna catch up with the chat. So yes, Naoto, despite the technical problems, and thank you for joining us as well, I am going to be keeping the stream. Like, people can skip the technical nonsense and it'll be fine. Yes, Rex, how you doing? It's nice to see you. Rex is from Australia.
Oh.
Really says, I would like to get a nice Indian carpet for when we get a proper sofa table. An Indian carpet? Like, well, do you mean like a rug? Because I don't know about a whole carpet, but do you mean a rug? Because two things are different. Like, rugs, you get rugs in Scandinavia for sure, but you just don't get carpets, wall-to-wall kind of carpets, or skirting board carpets. Yeah, wait, well, hold on. Aurelia says you can absolutely have a carpet in your bathroom. Yeah, no, again, I'd say no. I would say absolutely no. You can't, because you're going to spill water and stuff onto the carpet, and you can't just pick the carpet up and put it into the wash or hang it out to dry or whatever. It's like a carpet. Are you sure you understand what a carpet is, Aurelia? Because a carpet is like nailed to the floor, and so when it gets dirty or when it gets wet or damp or whatever, it's very difficult to kind of keep it right. Aurelia shouts she knows, but also she says that you can have carpets in bathrooms. I can see troubles ahead. Yeah, it's going really well, thanks, Moonrose. We've kind of got through our technical issues now, I hope, and we are starting to make Lego and relax into it. And it's always a little bit stressful when you get technical problems, but this is we seem to be through the worst of them, so hopefully that'll continue. It's weird how I had to turn that off and on again. I've never had to do that before. So I've got a really cool mic, Natasha. This is like a super sensitive mic, and it's a compressor mic. I don't know if that's what it's called now. I said it and I think it might be wrong, but I think it might be condenser. Condenser. Thank you. Yeah. That's it. Yeah, you know what it's like. Yes, I don't.
I've got an Apple 9-year-old El Cheapo mic that came with my last computer. So.
But at least you know what I've got, and I don't even know. Right. Hello, Errol. How you doing? It's nice to see you. Happy Sunday. It is Sunday. Yeah, it's Sunday. Errol says, that's when you know both Meja and the camera loves you. Ooh, when? Sorry, we're behind on chat, so I'm trying to... I can't remember what we were saying about 30 minutes ago. Right, so Aurelia does know the difference, and did you mean rug? Yes, she meant rug. Okay, yes. But some places in Denmark have wall-to-wall carpet as well. I didn't know that. So Denmark's a little bit more English in that respect. Derogatory. So Rex is a bit stressed. For Tuesday. Why, what's happening Tuesday? It's a yay or nay meeting for treatment with my endo, apparently, says Rex. Hope that goes well, Rex. Try not to be stressed. What will be, what will be. There's no point kind of stressing about something which you have no control over. And I know that's very easy to say and very hard to do, but it's good to try to remember that, if you can. But I wish you the best of luck. Hopefully it'll go well. How long have you been on HRT now, Natasha? When did you start to transition?
Oh, it's a long story. I've been on and off since about 2007. It's difficult to explain. I've had allergies and shit like that, and it's been, but basically since 2007.
Okay.
But I'm old, so it doesn't work so well.
You're old. So am I. I know exactly what you mean. It's depressing how the body gets stuck in its ways, and it doesn't really matter.
The worst thing was I tried to do the voice training.
Right,
yeah, I don't know, about 7 or 8 years ago, and I did it, and then I had a long flight to Japan, and it was in the winter, and I arrived in Japan in the winter, and I was coughing my guts up everywhere, and it turned out to be bronchitis.
Oh no!
And I lost it all.
Oh no!
And
what a shame!
It was kind of a real emergency. They were pumping me with these really heavy antibiotics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And so I tried again later on, and then I got COVID, so I gave up after that.
Well, I mean, it's totally up to you. It's you don't have to voice train, you don't have to take HRT even. You don't have to do any of these things, and you can still be a trans woman. Obviously, it's there's no one right way to be trans.
No, there isn't.
It really annoys me when people when trans women especially try to gatekeep what it means to be trans. I can't abide that. Like, we should know better, because we know how we felt before we started to transition. And I'm adamant that I've always been a woman, really, because that's the only way that makes sense. Because men don't want to be women. Men don't want to transition. Only women want to be women. Only men want to be men. So, of course, you're trans before you ever started transition. It doesn't make sense to believe anything else.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right, I do have a pile of Lego on my table, which you can't see. There it is. It's quite a lot. And I'm going to try and start building some. I'm just going to start. I'm going to see how it goes. Here's the Ornithopter. And it looks really, really good, I gotta say. So you don't build any Lego? You don't have any kind of secret Lego building hobbies, Natacha?
I used to do it for a living, would you believe?
What? You used to build Lego for a living?
I used to be a primary school teacher.
Okay, yeah.
And many, many years ago, you could get like Lego stuff and make like really interesting IT stuff that could be controlled by computers out of Lego.
Yes,
yeah.
I think I know.
And I was teaching like 10, 11-year-olds, and I had a really good class who were really into doing this stuff. And so we made like a whole load of different things and models that could be controlled by the computer.
That's cool.
And we got this one thing where it had like, I think it was 3 or 4 motors, and it would move sort of sideways and backwards and forwards, and then you could put a pen in, which the pen would go up and down. And I actually got the kids I was teaching to program it to make the shapes of letters of the alphabet. Yeah, you put a pen in, a bit of paper there, and so they'd literally, these were primary school kids, and they programmed a printer driver basically from back in the. This was back in the day. This was like when it was like Windows 1 or something,
Yeah, sure. So what we're talking about 1990, I guess, or something like that. 1989.
Yeah, early 90s.
Yeah, okay, very early 90s, yeah.
And the kids really got into it because the computer was so simple.
Mm-hmm.
There were none of these bells and whistles around it. Everything was just like you program in noughts and ones, basically. It was very little more than that. And the kids could understand that, and they did really well.
That sounds fun, actually.
And we made so many things out of Lego. And then they came out with an updated version, which was just, it didn't do the same stuff. It didn't just let the kids get on with it. It tried to make you do things. And so
okay.
It didn't work. I kept doing the old one until it stopped working.
They over-engineered it.
And they I think did like Windows became Windows 3.1 instead of 1.3 or whatever it was, and then it would and that was just, it wouldn't work after that. I tried to find ways of getting around that and making it work, but it was just too much for a primary school teacher to do as well as teaching everything else. Yeah.
You got you're probably pretty busy just looking after the kids and stuff.
Yeah.
Oh no, that's cool.
That was really good, and we did other things with Lego as well. But that was really, really useful, having that interface, and they really got to understand it, how to program it.
Yeah, I mean that's my experience as well, because obviously I'm not exactly a spring chicken anymore. So I've been around for a little while. Back in the day when I was primary school and high school and stuff, I totally understand that the computing experience was simpler. We've talked about this on the stream various times before, but it was quite nice to just be able to turn on a computer, and the first thing you saw was a command line, and you could start typing in BASIC or, so this is back in the 8-bit days, but even on on older Windows, it was kind of, everything was a little simpler. They often just did package, basic languages at least into the operating system. I can't remember what it was called. What was the PC version of Basic called? I can't remember. It was like, it wasn't DOS Basic or something. That was it. I can't remember. But anyway, yeah, no, it was, you know, it was a simpler time, and it was in many ways, because it was so simple and so accessible. I think a lot of people kind of got into computing, and I was one of them, because of that, because of the fact that it was just right there in front of you, and it was begging to be interacted with. Whereas nowadays, it's all hidden. It's completely hidden behind, you know, layers and layers of abstraction and, you know, frameworks and things, and you've really got to make an effort in order to try to learn this kind of stuff, because there's so many other distractions, like, you know, iPads and YouTubes and Twitches and whatever. But yeah, no, I actually make a bit of money from Lego as well, not just from Twitch, which is very much a bit, but from my Lego instructions, because I design my own sets and sell the instructions so people can buy them, and I do that on Rebrickable. The link to that is going to appear in the chat any second now. You're welcome to have a quick browse of my stuff if you like, Natacha. Get just to tell me what you think of it. But I've been making Legos since I was 4 years old, and I absolutely love it. I still can't get enough of it. No, it's Marks.
I did Lego a lot when I was a kid as well. It was all over the place. Parents swearing because they stood on it and stuff.
Yeah. Totally. It does hurt. Let's catch up with chat. Let's see. Moonrose says carpets in bathrooms was a thing of the 80s, if my memory serves, along with fluffy covers on toilet seats. Fluffy covers on toilet seats. Oh my gosh. No, hold on. Just to clarify, the cover was on the lid. It wasn't on the seat around, was it? Surely not. It was on the actual closing lid on the top of that. There was a fluffy cover. I remember that, but I don't remember ever having ones when she just literally just sat on. That's got to be unhygienic, seriously.
Yeah.
Aurelia's getting freaked out about it. But yeah, I've lived in homes, says Aurelia, that had wall-to-wall carpets in living rooms and bedrooms, and then rugs on top of those, and tiny rugs in the bathrooms. Yeah, that's, you know, I've lived in those homes as well. But it's not, generally speaking, it's not really a Scandinavian thing. It says when the heart thing works. Yes, it's good, isn't it, when the heart thing works? And you agree, it's a thing from the 80s. It's a throwback from the 80s. Aurelia says there's totally a right way to be trans, which is being however you feel is right for you to be. That's the right way to be trans. Yeah, whatever works for you. Moonrose, everyone has their own needs and their own comfort levels with their bodies and situation. Like sometimes it's medically inadvisable to do a lot of the things that, you know, you might want to do, especially as you get older, or people who have diabetes or things like that. There's various reasons and issues, and, you know, obviously you've got to do it in a safe way. You can't just be totally gung ho about it. But it's there's definitely not one way to be trans. And it's not a race or competition, I agree. Hello Dilda Dane, how you doing? Nice to see you. Yeah, and Aurelia makes a good point. This includes staying in the closet if you feel it isn't the right time to come out. I mean, and what you probably mean by if it's not the right time is you probably mean if it's not safe. If you're in a situation where it's not safe for you to come out, then obviously, you know, you've got to do the right thing as far as your own safety goes, and that is a real concern. Obviously, it's very unfortunate that the world is like that, but depending on which country you live in or your home situation and stuff, only you can be the judge of that.
That was one of the things that happened to me. I actually came out a long time ago when I was living in Norway.
Oh, right.
Because it was much more accepting. And I was at a folk high school just outside Oslo. And it was cool. It was fine. Not a problem.
That's awesome.
But then I moved back to the UK and to France for a bit and back to the UK, and it was just not not acceptable.
Yeah.
I had to go back into the closet again.
Oh no, you actually had to go. That's awful. I'm sorry.
Back in.
That's must have been so difficult.
That was a pain. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's quite an indictment of British culture and the difference between Norway, where you had, where people didn't really care in Norway, which obviously, why should they? They knew that you weren't hurting anyone. Whereas in the UK, it's very judgmental and toxic.
Yeah. Actually, can I do a quick plug?
Sure.
For that, that's one of the reasons I'm doing a research study called nonlinear transitions, and I'm interviewing people who have transitioned, detransitioned, and then retransitioned again.
Cool.
So if anybody is like that, like me, and has retransitioned again, please get in contact. I'd love to interview you, because I've got some really interesting stories so far of different reasons and different experiences. People have, as one person who retransitioned twice. They had to detransition and retransition twice. In the United States, which you can understand with everything going on right now.
Sure. I was very close to transitioning back in the late 90s, really, really close. But I didn't start the process, so that means I didn't stop the process either. It just took me a long time to get myself back into a situation where I was able to transition. Yes, I didn't transition for love. Dilda Dane says, also nice to meet Natacha. She looks lovely. Love the outfit. Hope you guys are doing well. Yeah, we're doing pretty well, Dil. We were just saying before, we're both extremely hungover because it was Pride yesterday. So we're not firing on all cylinders, just as many cylinders as we can. It's not all of them. So you had a Commodore 64, Dil. I was actually on a BBC Micro. That was my first proper introduction to turning on a computer and just being able to program BBC Micro. But we also had a Spectrum and I think a ZX81 before that.
God, these are all blasts from the past. They really are.
I know, they are. I remember GW Basic. GW Basic? I don't remember that. I can't remember what GW Basic is. But yeah, Basic was the first programming language I learned. Again, that's a product of being from the 80s, But it's certainly not the last one I learned, thank goodness. Lego is a multi-generational heirloom here in Denmark. Have you got a lot of Lego waiting for you in a parent's basement or loft somewhere, Dale, from your childhood? Ready to get out again at some point? That's what often happens, actually. It goes into storage. People put it into storage. People lose interest after their children, or they realize that they think that it's not cool anymore to build Lego. So all the childhood Legos goes into storage. And then often it comes out again at some point when they realize that they don't have to. It's not like it's nothing to be ashamed of. Lego's similar in many ways to being transgender. There's nothing to be ashamed of if you like Lego. Studio says there was for both a top cover and the seat. No. Are you sure? Ooh. Are you just pulling our chain? Because that sounds absolutely disgusting. I've never seen such a thing. I'm going to need visual proof. For me to believe this, I'm going to need visual proof. So you provide a link to this so-called toilet cover, fluffy toilet cover seat, and then I'll believe you. But until I see visual proof, I'm not sure. I'm really not sure about that. Yeah, Dill's a fan of the Persian rugs as well. Of course he looks... Yes, Cool. Oh, Freya's here. Good afternoon, Freya. Almost missed you. You were in a similar colour to Dil. How are you doing? Dill says, not going to lie, as a cis guy, I find it to be my duty to make any space safe space. It shouldn't just be on trans individuals, but on everyone to support and make spaces feel inclusive and good. Very, very nice attitude you've got there, Dill. I think a lot of people could learn some stuff from you. Really, yeah, not the right time is mostly not safe to come out. Staying alive so you can come out under safer conditions is more important. It certainly is. I mean, we are sort of, in a sense, we are sort of privileged to be able to do that. So being able to transition in Norway, whereas you say it is a bit more of an open and free and kind of less judgmental society, it did mean that I was able to do it, basically. I wasn't sure I could do it in the UK, after living there for so many years. I just knew that it would be very, very difficult. When I was in Norway, it just seemed like it was something I could actually do. I'd managed to get myself into a position where it felt achievable. And yeah, Bill Shiv is D-trans, V-trans. Have you talked to Siobhan? She's another Twitch streamer, and she's on Twitter. She's based in Scotland. Natacha. Do you know her?
I don't think I do. I'm trying to see back through the stream.
If you want to just, Bill mentions Shiv. I can't remember her handle on Twitter now. She's is it Dark Eden? I think it's Dark Eden.
Oh yes, I know Dark Eden.
There you go. Okay, yeah. So yeah, she's a D-trans, V-trans. D-trans, V-trans. I'm going to actually, so she's streaming on Thursday for the election night. She's going to do like an all-night politics special stream, and she's invited me on to be a guest. So I'm going to see how long I can stay up, because I think it might go on far past my normal bedtime. But I'm going to give it a go. Maybe make a big pot of hot coffee.
I'm going to miss the whole thing. I'm doing a conference in Wellington College. It's somewhere near Reading.
Okay.
And then I've got to get back home, turn myself round, and get an early flight the next day to do a conference in Madrid on the 5th. Oh gosh,
that's a long...
So I probably won't catch up with the election until Sunday or something like that. They've invited me to march with them in Madrid Pride as well, which is a real honour. So I'm going to do that as well.
Oh, that's good. So, that's nice.
That'd be nice,
yeah. So, I mean... I don't know, it's probably good that she's so busy, because I think it's better to be busy and not have time to get too involved in all that stuff, because it is quite stressful having your future on the line in this way. It's not a nice state to be in, is it, for trans people?
And especially when they're not allowing us to join the conversation.
It's horrible.
Which is horrible, really.
But I mean,
unjustifiable.
No, unjustifiable, exactly. And as I keep thinking, one day in like maybe 5, 10, 20, whatever, how long it takes, how many years it takes, one day we're going to look back on this period of time and just think, oh my gosh, the stuff that we had to go through, the stuff that was done to us by the establishment and things, just, it's just unbelievable. And I'm so glad that things are different now, like, in the future. I really hope that's, I hope that's a reality. I really do. Hilda Dane says, I'll ask around in my community, Natacha. I'm not trans personally myself, but I do have a ton of trans friends, and my religious community have plenty of trans folk as well. Maybe they'd be up for contributing to what you're writing on. Could be good. Dilda Dane. Oh, yeah. Dilda Dane says, I celebrated as well. Went with a nice turban in LGBTQ colours. It was hard to compete with my twins banging legs, though. Lord, did he get compliments all day. Oh, he's got... Oh, right, your twins banging legs. I see he's got good legs. Your twins got good legs, huh? She... And you got 30 plus boxes of Lego waiting for you in the loft. Very good. Well done, Errol. Thank you for the attempted stream streak. Right, what is this? Is this an image of a toilet? It is. No! It is! Have you clicked on this already, Natasha? This is unbelievable. I cannot.
Oh God, where is it?
I'm gonna bring it up on the stream. Hold on. This is unbelievable. I wouldn't have believed it if you hadn't seen proof. But that is a that is a fluffy toilet cover seat with like an attachment for what? The toilet roll? Is it like got a little toilet roll bag at the side? That's the worst thing I've ever seen. That is absolutely unbelievable. Is that available to purchase like right now from a website somewhere? Thank you for the proof, Errol. I hate it. How you doing, Shamanic? It's nice to see you. Today we're building the Ornithopter from Dune, from the Dune films. It's very good. I've only just started. I'm not very far.
What they've done in Japan is you now get pretty much everywhere heated loo seats.
Yeah, Japan toilets are really good. Japan and South Korea and that kind of area. Yeah. The toilets are super cool. They've got they don't have fluffy covers. I'm so happy to say, but they do have they do have like programmable, like they have different programs and things. You can tell the toilet what you want it to do.
Programmable everything, and then when you flush, there's a little thing so that the water going to fill up the cistern comes through a little wash basin, so you can wash your hands with the water that's going to be used for the next flush.
That's quite clever,
so
isn't it?
It saves water.
Yeah, it saves water, exactly. Yeah, that's kind of cool.
Which is
I didn't know about
quite
that.
Cool.
I just enjoyed using the program. So I was in South Korea. When was it? Oh, it wasn't last year. It was the year before. And then last year I was in Thailand. Toilets in Thailand, I don't remember them being super advanced. I think the ones in South Korea were pretty cool though. And you had all these different so you had all these different kind of jets of stuff. It's like a built-in what's it called? When it's like just a stream to wash your bum. And so it's all built into the toilet. And you could also kind of have like a air as well to kind of dry it, and it's pretty good.
It's not very good if you're in a hurry, though, is it?
I don't know. I mean, it's up to you. I don't think you have to do that. I don't think you have to do those things.
Yeah. No.
It's kind of optional. It's like the toilet's not going to be like, "Oi, wait, you haven't dried yourself properly." Yeah. They're not quite that advanced. They're going to get they're going to get AI in toilets, I imagine, fairly soon, and it'll give you like a running commentary. It'll give you like it'll give you encouragement, for those difficult moments. It'll be like, "You can do it." Don't worry, you got this. Now push.
But also it'll probably like start talking about the intensity and the consistency, and you should be eating more fruit and vegetables.
Totally. Totally. It'll give you like medical health advice and stuff, and it'll be like, "Ooh, this is a bit of a funny color. You might want to go to the doctor's." Yeah. Go for a little second. Like we do laugh, but I think that's actually a really clever idea, and it could really nip some things early in the bud if your toilet actually helps you out with your health, because it's like all these monitoring apps and sensors and things with like watches and smartwatches and things like that. It's actually kind of cool. It does help us, monitor situations which we might not normally be able to do. I think there's also like really quick like blood tests and like sugar, glucose checkers and things like that. It's pretty cool. And I guess one obvious thing would the toilet would be able to tell if there's any if there's any sugar in your wee, so that it would know that you've got an issue with possible diabetes. That could be good. Gilda Dane, of course, only considerate of me, and I'm sure some would love to contribute if they can. I just haven't personally delved into if people have detransitioned or not. I find that to be a bit personal, and not for me to ask as a cis guy, but we do have a big community and a very inclusive one. I'll definitely mention it. Good. It's cursed. I know. Trust Errol to provide the images that are cursed in the chat. That's Errol's job almost. Oh gosh. Right. Dill says, yeah, I think I showed you my twin in his drag. He got complimented all day. I don't remember seeing it now. I don't have a very good memory, so maybe you did, but I don't remember. If you want to drop another link into the chat, we'll have a look at your amazing twin. See what his outfit's like. Oh yeah, Dilda Dane says, why does that remind me of the dog car in Dumb and Dumber? It's the toilet seat. It's like the dog car. I know exactly what you're talking about. They are very unhygienic. My Muno is very unhygienic. Yes, congratulations, Ariel. I hope you're feeling very pleased with yourself. Shamanic says, ooh, an ornithopter. Bit of a Dune nerd. Though not watched the second yet, so this will be good. It's so the second Dune film is really good. It's really, really good. I think I prefer it to the first one. Just more like it's got a slow start. So the first, like I guess the first whole hour of is a slow start, but then it just gets itself into a proper, builds up to a proper head of steam, and it's just great from that point on. It's really good. Yes, thank you, Rex. It's a B-day. That's the word I was struggling for. A B-day. The French, word, because they combined that into the one toilet. Yeah, Japanese toilets are great. I love the hand wash base on top of the cistern. It's so space-saving, water-saving, and really sensible. And I just didn't know about that. That's not one I don't think I've seen one of those, but that's a really clever idea. Rex, I know saying these random words without context will just confuse Meja in 20 minutes when she reads it and forgets what she was talking about, but I call it a sport. No, I got it this time. I remembered what the B-Day was in reference to. Yeah, we got a lot of love for Dune in the chat, and rightly so. Okay, Dilda Dane says, may I present my beautiful twin, Miss Privilege. Miss Privilege. Okay, we're going to check out Miss Privilege. Oh, wow. My goodness me. He is absolutely gorgeous. That's it's so it's cool because you shared it. Yeah, where's your letter? Here is Miss Privilege. They look fantastic. He looks fantastic. Yeah, really good. That's an amazing outfit. Actually, a really good photo. I love the wig as well. He matched it perfectly. I'm really struggling to say he because I want to say she. Yeah, thanks for the link, Dale. Moonrose, another person who has enjoyed the Dune movies. Me too. It's very trance as well, though, isn't it? The Dune movies are very, like, a lot of films have more or less blatant trance analogies in them, and I think that Dune is definitely one of those, which you can definitely say there's like an element of tranceness to it. Paul Atreides. Dilda Dane says, it's fine to share. He's an educator here in Denmark and a drag performer, so there are many pictures of public. I kind of got that impression because of the fact that he's, it's a very professional photo, that. Hi, Darina. Darina's here. Darina's just, you've just given birth to a baby boy. So congratulations, Darina. That's really wonderful to see. I'm very happy. I hope you're both doing really well. And that it wasn't too traumatizing a birth, because I know that it's not easy. That I've been there. I've been present.
Yeah.
I haven't been there. Ginger Bay's here. Good morning, Ginger Bay. Oh, good afternoon. Sorry. Meow. Studio Ariel's impressed. Tell him he pulls it off perfectly. Yeah. He looks really good. Okay, Darina's doing well. It was pretty rough. He's 6 weeks early. That is quite early. Yeah. Okay, but hopefully he's good. I think that that would have been a concern, like, decades ago or whatever. But nowadays, I think that they're really good at looking after premature babies. They're quite used to it, and so I would hope that he's in very good hands. Oof. Honest, please. Okay. Yeah. Well, you can talk about it if you want, It's fine. But it's up to you. So what are your plans for the rest of the day, Natasha?
I've got to go away on a course tomorrow, so I've got to pack and get everything ready and find all the bits and pieces I need. Because basically what I'm packing for that is going to the conference on Thursday and then going to Madrid on Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
So it's like a double pack.
So
you gotta... Yeah, I know what you mean.
Everything.
Yeah.
But I've got to take something appropriate to. It's going to be 35 in Madrid on Saturday. We're marching in the bride.
35.
So I've got to think ahead a bit.
What is like? What do you wear when it's 35? I don't even.
White, I guess.
Yes, white linen. Actually, linen's good, isn't it?
Yes,
white linen.
Yeah, I'm going to take a parasol as well.
That's a good idea. Okay, you've obviously got some experience. I think if I was going somewhere which was 35, I would be in big trouble. I don't handle the heat super well. That's why I live in Norway.
You're in the right place then.
Exactly. Yeah, that's why I live in Norway. It was very warm yesterday. I think it got up to like 22 degrees. That's incredibly warm. So that's as much as I can possibly take. No, I have been in, like it's funny because in the UK on a really warm hot day, like say it's like 30 or something, it's hotter because of the fact that it's often humid, whereas in Norway the heat is drier the air is drier, so even though it might be the same temperature on a 30-degree day, and it does get there, it's not as bad. It's much more survivable just because of the dry heat. So much better. I really prefer it.
I remember that with the cold as well, because it used to get down where I was staying. It used to get down to like minus 30, minus 35 and stuff like that.
That's
and
really cold.
It wasn't that bad because it was dry. It was dry heat.
It makes such a big difference.
Rather.
Yeah. Dry temperature. Right. Dorina says, oh cool, I had preeclampsia and lots of issues, so I got induced. It was long and hard. It took 36 hours of labour. Oh my gosh, 36 hours. That must have been exhausting. But smooth delivery, and we are doing much better now. I'm very happy to hear that. You're definitely on the other side of that, and I'm sure you're very happy to be as well. Oh gosh. What an achievement. You've earned that, baby. Honestly, I don't know how you can do it. It's incredible. Like it's really quite awe-inspiring, honestly, what the human body is capable of doing and putting up with, and it's there you go. Oh, and you haven't been dysphoric, and that's really good. So I'm really happy to hear that, because that's a real issue, isn't it? Yeah, I've been a bit dysphoric recently. I don't know why. I've just been really dysphoric, and I've had I got a really annoying post on Twitter, a DM, and someone DM'd me a pic. So I took a picture of myself with a friend from Pride yesterday, Natacha, and they took it into FaceApp, put an enhanced feminine filter on it, and then sent it back to me in a DM saying, here, I tweaked it for you, hope you like it. And I was like, no, I hate it. This is the worst thing you can do. You never do this to us, because it's just cruel. And I don't know. And I said it was like, this is indistinguishable from transphobia. And then I blocked them. It was really, really weird, and it really upset me, actually. I because, and it is indistinguishable from transphobia. I have no idea if they actually knew what they were doing and were kind of laughing to themselves as they did it, because it's really horrible. But either way, if they're doing it they're doing it in a completely clueless way, that's still, it still had the effect of upsetting me. And it was just a violation. It was a violation, and I didn't like it.
Do it for yourself, but not for other people.
Yeah, I mean, I've been avoiding. Honestly, I really avoided FaceApp. Actually, And I know a lot of trans women and men, whatever, have used it, and they've got something out of it, and it's helped them. And sometimes they use it, and it gives them the confidence to transition and things like that, which is great. But I avoided it because I kind of knew that it would probably just upset me more than it would help me. And so now that now I have transitioned, and I've had a first and all this kind of stuff, and I'm 100% recognized as female whenever I walk around in public. And the fact that this moron went and did that to me, and it was cruel and unnecessary, and I didn't like that at all. So that was a bit of a downer. That was a bit of a downer to the end of yesterday, which was should have been a happy celebration kind of day, but it's messed me up a bit. Dysphoria, it's not a fun thing to have.
I had recently. I was talking about this. I was again. I get misgendered so rarely now, and it was back in the autumn. I was getting the train back from work, and near the station there's a really good, reliable butcher's, and I needed some bacon because I wanted to do a cognac. And, I went in there, and the bloke behind the counter just went, like, sir, thank you, I couldn't. There were a whole load of people behind me getting off the same train. I couldn't be bothered to challenge it, so I just went home and I moaned a lot about it. And then a few weeks later, I was in there again, and there were a couple of women in front of me, cis women in front of me. Yep. He misgendered both of those as well. He seems to only have one gender. He calls everybody not sir, but
well, he's like a snake.
So thanks.
He's half butcher, half snake. That's really weird.
And I think it was. I mean, this poor guy. He's spending all day listening to Magic FM or the middle of the road crap on that. So I think that's probably what it was.
But you do raise an interesting point, actually, in that. So when cis people are misgendered, it doesn't matter. It's like funny. It's like I'm not a sir. That's so funny. And it doesn't affect them in any way, really, because it's it's like it's water off a duck's back. Whereas when a trans person gets misgendered, whether it's whether it's a trans man or a trans woman, when they get misgendered, it cuts, because it's really difficult to know. It's really difficult to just dismiss the fact that it's a mistake. Firstly, it could be malicious. But then, even if it's not malicious, and even if it's an accident, it still means that we're kind of failing, at what we're trying to achieve, and that can be very hurtful. So, honestly, it's just a bit weird when people even do gender things for no real reason, like just saying sir or madam to someone. It feels so anachronistic. It's such a throwback to less progressive times. It feels unnecessary nowadays. I think it's, and I know that in America it's just absolutely prevalent in that everyone will be said or ma'amed or whatever, whereas in the UK I think it's less so, and so there's no reason to try to and do that. It's pointless. But yeah, I've been misgendered. I've been misgendered, of course, but mostly it's been a mistake, and I haven't been misgendered for ages. I'm very happy to say. Let's catch up with chat. See what's happening with the chat. Loads of things have been happening with chat. Gosh. Right, Dilda Dane has got a message. What's this? Oh wow, there they are again. Look at that. Thank you. This is him when he's not presenting in drag. Ah, I see. Oh, it's the same person, right? He presents a bit different outside of drag. Just because you said it's hard to not say she, I kind of think he has a Freddie Mercury. Yeah, it's very easy to just not say she now. But he does have a bit of a Freddie Mercury look. Yeah, you're right. Everyone's welcome to check out the link that Dilda Dane shared. Dorina says hospital is pretty inclusive. So this trans guy is mummy and daddy, and it has been dysphoric and it has not been as dysphoric as I thought it would be. This is what you maybe. Yeah, hasn't been. Yeah, that makes sense. Well, I'm glad to hear that. Dilda Dane says, excuse me, regardless of mummy or daddy labels, you're going to be just what your baby needs, I'm sure. Exactly. I'm sure. Happy on your behalf. Glad to hear you got treated well in the hospital as well. Yes. Yes, T-Rex, exactly. Why would they do that? I don't know why they would do that. It was kind of what's the word? Parasocial. Like there's two ways of looking at it. They either knew exactly what they were doing, and they were just being absolute assholes, or they were doing it completely cluelessly with no thought to how it would affect me, which is still a massive douche move, but it's less malicious, I suppose. It's just stupid. But ultimately, it's a very weird thing to do. I don't know why anyone would do that, because it's saying, what are they trying to say? It's like they're saying, okay, well, if you were even more feminine, you'd look like this. If you were so I'm not feminine enough for you. I'm sorry, what? This is it's insulting. I don't know. It's weird. Yeah.
Yeah, I only normally get misgendered on social media by curves anyway.
Yeah, no, of course. Because most people in real life, in general public, are perfectly decent people, aren't they? And they don't be nasty to strangers for no reason, because that's a psychotic thing to do. Why would you do that? Most people are absolutely, they don't really care. It's not an issue. When you look at the issues that are polled in the UK right now, and you see right at the top it's things like cost of living and this things at the top, food prices, public transport, expense, and there's a lot of issues in that people really do care about, big numbers. And then right down at the bottom, it's like 1% of people maybe would say that trans women in bathrooms is an issue, and the government are completely ignoring all the other issues that everyone actually is interested and concerned about, and they're concentrating on this one little thing. It's a joke. It really is a joke. Munro says, I've been a bit dysphoric recently too, mostly due to my voice, hence why I started speech therapy. The first session went well. I'm very happy to hear that, Munro's. So you've kind of got you've got a speech therapist. Are you doing it online or are you doing it in person? I hope that goes really well for you. I think it can make a real big difference. Dorina says, I think...
just don't get bronchitis.
Yeah, no, don't get bronchitis. Yeah, that's true. So is that something that you might try again, Natasha, or are you just going to give up on that?
I think so, yeah. I mean, the one thing I really hate about myself is my voice. And I do a lot of speaking. I don't know what it would be like to do the voice training and then do public speaking. I'm doing these 2 lectures coming up. I don't know how the voice would last.
Yeah, exactly.
With doing that,
it does get fatigued, I've heard, from public speaking. Well, public speaking just generally will fatigue your voice. No matter whether you're voice trained or not. But when you are,
yeah, I mean, I was a teacher and now I'm a lecturer, so I have to do a lot of that. And what's her name? Robin Mora White, the barrister.
Yeah.
She was saying she would struggle to change her voice because she uses it a lot for work. So,
yes.
I might wait until I've finished working, I think. Do it then.
So I didn't voice train at all, and I got VFS in Hamburg.
Oh.
And
good.
It made a huge difference, obviously, to my the ability to pass and to just to be happy with myself, because I got my face done, and so my face was I was really happy with that, obviously, but then there was this massive mismatch between my face and my voice, and so often people will be quite surprised when I open my mouth and started speaking. They'd be like, whoa, there's a what's going on here, this is strange. So So I kind of knew that I needed to do something about it. And the voice training, I had been doing it, but I've been doing it really casually, and it hadn't been going very well. So I just thought, right, I'm gonna try the surgery option. I went to the medical voice center in Hamburg. The doctor was Dr. Hess, and I can recommend them, honestly. Yeah.
Medical voice centre in Hamburg.
It wasn't, and also the thing is, it wasn't super expensive. As far as trans surgeries go, it was probably the cheapest one you can get, but it has such a big bang for the buck, you know. Yeah, I know a couple of girls, both on and off Twitter, who have had VFS and actually gone to the same place, and they've had results. They're not guaranteed. They can be a bit mixed, you know. But I'm super happy with mine because it's the difference between my before and after is it's marked. You know, it's a real change. And I don't know if I was lucky.
No, I thought you'd had training, you see. So,
yeah, no. Yeah, I think a lot of people do think that, but I cheated.
I think I might have to cheat as well in that case.
Hey, I don't think there's anything. I know it's not really cheating, is it? Let's face it. But it's no,
it's not.
It's like whatever works for you, whatever you can do, and if you can do it, then go for it. But yeah, it's definitely worth looking into. And one thing that is quite good about it, I mean, there's compromises, you know, just as much as you know, just as like there is with any kind of surgery or with any kind of thing like this. One of the main issues is that I don't have as much volume. So when the environment is very noisy, I struggle to talk. And my voice is actually a little bit scratchy and stuff today because I've been virtually shouting a lot from yesterday because it was such a loud kind of environment. But it's difficult. It's a bit of a strain. So when the ambient volume level goes over a certain amount, it becomes quite difficult and a little bit frustrating because I know that in my old voice, obviously I wouldn't have a problem. I'd be fine. So it does cut off some of your ability to really properly project your voice. But on the upside, on the massive upside, is that you get instant feminization. You don't actually have to have done any voice training at all because if you have had voice training, a lot of the stuff that you would normally do, you have to not do because it could potentially damage your voice. So you have to just speak in a completely natural kind of voice again.
Okay.
And that also means that there's no real strain over and above what it would normally be to just talk. So public speaking, you could go for hours as long as you're able to talk at a comfortable volume and whatever. So, you know, for example, when I'm on Twitch, I talk for hours and hours and hours, and I use my voice a lot. And it gets a bit tired, but it gets tired at exactly the same amount as if I hadn't had the surgery, I think. So something to think about. I'll have a go. I mean, I know someone who had VFS somewhere in the Far East, I think, and it wasn't that successul. Right. So yeah. There's mixed results, honestly. And I know someone who got it done. I can't remember now. I think it might have been England actually. And she sounded quite raspy and she needed to get a revision and things. Another thing you've got to do when you get the surgeries, you've got to be really careful for the first couple of weeks. And you can't talk. You can't make any kind of vocalizations whatsoever, ideally. So you can't, cough. So whenever you kind of get an urge to cough, whatever, you'd have to take a drink of water. You've got to have a bottle of water with you at all times the first 2 weeks, just in case so you can kind of smother any kind of coughing. But once you're through that, it's pretty good. It's really cool to start using your voice again.
Yeah. Actually, go on holiday or something like that, and be somewhere nice and warm and where all the food's provided, something like that. Yeah, probably the best thing to do.
Yeah, that might be a good idea. Yeah. Just hang out on a beach, read books, and don't talk to anyone. It sounds like my ideal holiday, anyway.
Yeah, and they'll be going, "Who's that antisocial bitch lying there? What's she doing?"
Let's catch up with. Where's my camera over here? Right. Let's catch up with chat. Garina says, I think for me, I'm so early in my physical and pre-medical transition, so I've used it fondly for me, but for some asshole to just do it so rude. That's the face app thing. It is very rude to just do it. Just doing it non-consensually, you know. When you're doing it yourself, it's fine, but when someone else forces you to look at, it's like, what's your aim here? It was so weird. Cruel and unnecessary. Yeah, non-consensual face apping, especially in this context, is not on. I saw that on your timeline. It was not cool. It's a little bit like, honestly, it felt a little bit like, what's it called? You know, where they like do AI or something to put your face on like a porn star or whatever. It felt a little bit like that. You know, it was just really wrong. You know. Cruel and unnecessary. That's so well worded. I can't believe how some people can be towards others. Indeed. Ginger Bay says, you're absolutely beautiful, Meja. I hear that you experienced this. Thank you, Ginger Bay. It's okay. I'll get over it. You know, I've been through a lot. This kind of thing is just a very minor blip in the grand scheme of things. But you know, some days are easier than others, aren't they? The other day, I get misgendered all the time, and especially did in my teen years pre-beard. Oh wow, yeah, okay, but because you're cis, you probably just didn't really care that much. It was just a bit funny or something, wasn't it? But when you're trans, it takes on a whole different kind of, you know, power balance and meaning. Hello to the Anna Christie. How you doing? Good to see you. We're having a good old chat, and I'm building the Ornithopter from Dune. Dorina says, yeah, being pregnant, I get misgendered as a trans guy so much. And now breastfeeding, it cuts whether it's accidentally or purposefully. It does make things difficult, doesn't it? And we live in this kind of society where it's so difficult for people to get over this, right? Oh gosh, why have we got this? Aurelia or Bill, can you do your job? I'm just going to do it. Come on. What's going on? Why can't I? Oh, I don't have access because I must not be logged in. Aurelia?
Don't cry.
What are you not looking at here that I'm looking at? What's this? Can you sort that out?
I can't see that. I didn't see that. Well, try and get to it.
Thank you. And we did get one model to finally found it. It would be better if we didn't see that stuff, guys. Gildadane, but due to my long hair and very androgynous look and feminine traits, I often get misgendered when I'm out and people come from behind. But you're absolutely right, it's never a chip on my shoulder and more funny for me as a cis person, I guess. That wouldn't be the experience for many trans people, as misgendering comes with a lot of cruel memories, mistreatment, a lack of acknowledgement of their real identities, etc. Indeed. Rex says I've been misgendered from behind twice now while presenting male as I do at this point in time. You're not complaining about that. No, it's nice when you get... Well, you're getting correctly gendered. You're getting correctly gendered by accident, which is still cool, isn't it? It's nice. It means that like if that's hitting and it's hitting in a nice way, that means that you're on the right track. Yeah. Dane says I try to have a better understanding of how misgendering can affect people, especially as a cis guy that isn't personally bothered by it. That doesn't mean I shouldn't learn and put myself in others' place. Indeed, it's good to have that kind of ability to learn and understand that even though it doesn't affect you, or even though you don't understand something, you know, to believe that it affects other people is it's an important thing, and it's something that a lot of people really struggle with. It's that kind of empathy aspect of the trans experience. It's like, well, I can't imagine feeling that way, therefore it's not a thing. It's so weird when people do that. Yeah, exactly, Darren, exactly. So Dilda Dane says, yeah, that toilet issue is in the US is such a scapegoat. Glad we don't have rhetoric like that here. Right, but do you not? Because you know what the US is really good at? It's good at exporting that kind of stuff to other countries. You know, when the US goes, other countries follow. The UK is very close behind. And even those kinds of talking points are even kind of rearing the very ugly heads in Norway, and I can't imagine that they're not, that they don't exist in Denmark and in other countries as well. Possibly not to as great an extent, for sure, I would hope, but they are still a thing. I'm very sad to say.
Yeah.
Moonrose says the speech therapy is via video appointment. We're concentrating on my pitch. Very good. Resonance is also very important. Shamanic says, he, she, they, beardy skirt boy. So impossible to misgender me, but it makes me grr when my friends are misgendered. That must be quite a nice state to be in, actually, where it's not possible to be misgendered. I wish that was... I'm kind of jealous. Nayota says, I gave up vaping because it was putting my voice out. Yeah, totally. Any kind of vaping or smoking or anything like that will definitely have an effect on your voice. It's good to have good voice hygiene or whatever you call it. Ginger Bay. I feel clocked when I can't quite make up what you're saying there. When thought of in the wrong way by people. Yeah, the knew me before transition. When called buddy. Yeah, buddy's not good. Because men just don't call women that. It's like dude as well. They don't really do it. They either use their name or the pet name. Like, Hannah, sweetheart. Yep. There's another message deleted by the moderator. Thank you. I probably wouldn't use buddy for a woman in the English vocabulary. You're definitely right. But I would in Danish. Friend is a non-gendered word here, used for both male and female friends. Yeah, obviously it's different in different languages, isn't it? Sheresta's a good one. Sheresta's a really good one. Do you know about Sheresta, Natasha? Sheresta for Sheresta Min. It's Norwegian. It's like Norwegian, or so it's like Scandinavian for my dearest, and it's non-gendered. So it's like saying my boyfriend or my girlfriend or or whatever, but it's not gendered. So it's really good, and everyone uses that. So it means that you can have conversations like, how is your instead of saying how is your girlfriend when you're talking to a guy and assuming that they're straight, you can just say how is your dearest one, and they can then talk about their boyfriend or girlfriend, and it's good, that, isn't it? It's a better way to do it, and that's how language helps shape civilization, society. It's like by having a gendered word for boyfriend or girlfriend in the UK or in English, it means that everyone starts to have that kind of mindset where where homophobia and that kind of thing is easier to do. Whereas if you have a word that, if you don't even use that gendered word, then it just means that the way you think about it changes.
And it's in Japanese you actually gender yourself, not you don't get gendered by other people.
Okay.
In normal speak, yeah. So there's watashi is for men or women, and which is the first person singular. But then you can also have boku, which is for men only. Otherwise, it's largely gender free.
That's great. Yeah, that's really good. And again, that just means that, although having said that, Japanese society is. Am I correct in thinking that there's still a little way to go before it's quite as free and diverse? And
we were there about a year and a half ago when there were the elections going on, and the big sort of gender issue there was about women being able to keep their previous surname after they got married.
Right.
And that was only proposed by the Greens and the Communist Party. So
yeah, they've got a little way to go, haven't they?
Yes. But at least they're not crawling with turfs everywhere.
No,
Right here.
they're a little bit.
I mean, there are turfs, but
backwards.
they ignore them, you know.
Oh, good. That's the best thing to do for turfs, honestly. I think turfs should be roundly ignored by everyone, not given platforms and huge book deals.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alright, let's scroll down a bit. I was sitting here smashing my non-existent mod button for ages. Rex says, I messaged Aurelia about it too. Aurelia says, yeah, sorry, I've had to reload a couple of times due to small issues, so missed this one. It's okay, Aurelia, it's okay. Natacha, funnily enough, smoking didn't do much to it. This was something peculiar to vaping. Oh right, so it was just vaping that messed your voice up, but normal like smoking didn't. I don't know why that is. We got another +1 for Sharesta. It's a great word. It's a really good one. The other day and says, I love that, to be fair. Sharesta is such a good word. Helps shape mentality. Yeah, it helps shape mentality. The words that you use to describe things and shape your thoughts and shapes mentality, yeah. The example you bring up is spot on. People don't take the role of assumption because usually the person responding to how their boyfriend or girlfriend or partner is will let you know whether they're talking about a he, she, they, or them, or whatever their partner identifies as. Indeed. Shamanic says, I am slightly guilty of calling everyone man or dude. They're more like, oh man, that sucks, or dude, that's awesome. Though I am trying to shift that. I think it's fine if you're in the company of who you know are cis-het guys, or whatever, or cis guys. But if you're not sure what your company is, I think it can definitely be... like, it's not offensive, but it can grate, you know? It can just be a little bit, there can be a little bit of frisson with that. Especially for trans people who are a little early in transition. Because then you're just trying so hard and you can be really easy derailed. And once you've been transitioning for a while, these things don't get to you quite as much usually. But I think it's a good thing to work on. Yep, it is. So you've been kind of quite active in trans advocacy for a while, Natacha. Is that right?
Yeah, I mean, when I transitioned, I was angry, like most people are when they just transition, you know. And I was quite lucky in that I was given the opportunity to write about trans stuff for The Guardian.
Oh wow, that's cool.
And this was in about 2008, I think.
How did you land that gig, if I may ask?
There was I can't remember his name now. He was the Middle East correspondent, and he wrote something about trans people being discriminated against in Kuwait, I think it was.
Okay.
And I said, how about The Guardian writing something? You know, I guessed. I put in a whole load of different email addresses, and one of them didn't bounce back. You know?
Okay.
And I said, you know, what about having something about, you know, trans people in the UK, not just, you know, Kuwait.
Not in far off countries.
Well, yeah, why don't you write some stuff? And so I had quite a regular opportunity to write in their opinion stuff up until about, it must be about 2011, 2012.
Mm-hmm. Because the Guardian wasn't always that transphobic, was it? It was
no.
It was much more progressive kind of paper. But nowadays they've kind of gone down the rabbit hole. I guess, you know, they've seen the money and they've decided to jump on the bandwagon. It's my guess.
Yeah, and so I got angry about that as well, and I started to be involved in lots of groups, and I then did a PhD which was about young trans people transitioning and dealing with cisgenderism and stuff like that. And eventually I ended up setting up FGen, with Feminist Gender Equality Network, which is the along with Sally Hines, which is an academic intersectional feminist pro-trans group.
Brilliant! I didn't know about that. Have we got a link to that in the chat? Can we get a link to that? Do you want to type it in?
Let me just so I make sure I get the right URL. Here we are. There we are.
Here we go. The Feminist Gender Equality Network. I think everyone should click on this.
And on Twitter, I think they're Network Gender.
Oh yeah, okay, that's the handle.
Twitter.
Cool.
Yeah.
And how many people are in this organisation?
I think we've got about 200 members, something like
Oh,
that.
very good. Yeah.
It's mainly for academics and that kind of thing to campaign for inclusive feminism and for equality, and it was partly a response when some people set up a gender critical study group or gender critical network at the Open University, and we just thought, no, let's set up our own. And it turned out, instead of just being in one university, it was worldwide. I mean, we got people joining from Tokyo and Buenos Aires and Christchurch and all over. So
very good.
It was. It's hard to keep something like that going because we're all academics and we're all busy.
Sure.
But we're trying to set up a conference for next year somewhere in the north of England.
That's very admirable. That's a great thing to do. Well done.
That's why I take on too much. I'm always too busy. That's the problem. Actually, have you seen the website? You see the logo?
Yeah.
There, the FGen logo.
Mm-hmm.
That was designed by John Stoltenberg, who is his partner was Andrea Dworkin.
Oh,
the
right.
famous feminist.
Yeah, Andrea Dworkin.
And he is always maintaining that she was not transphobic, or the TERFs try and make out that she's transphobic, and actually she wasn't.
Yeah, they're always trying to retroactively kind of say people are transphobic, aren't they?
Yeah, and he's defending her a lot and saying no. But he designed that logo. It's like, do you know there's the one that says LOVE in a square form like that?
Yeah. Okay, and it's kind of a riff on that. Yeah, a riff on that.
Yeah,
cool.
Yeah.
Very good.
Which is cool.
That's awesome. I wouldn't mind getting Sally on actually at some point if that's message her and see if she would like to be a guest. I think that'd be great.
Yes, yeah.
It's really good to kind of talk to people such as yourself about these kind of issues. I mean, I think we're on the same page. I'm pretty sure we all are on the same page. We've got we're in a very friendly kind of safe space. I think everyone's, we basically just make sure that this is a very inclusive space in Transbricks. But it's always good to know what people are doing and how people are organising and how people are advocating. And sometimes we can feel like we're a little bit on our own, and that there isn't that much organisation going on. But it's, and so that's why it's important to kind of to become aware of these kinds of things.
You might want to talk to people from Trans Safety Network as well, if you haven't already.
Yeah. I think so. I'm quite familiar with them. Or at least I'm familiar with their accounts and stuff. But I don't know. I can't remember who's behind them now. Like I probably already know, and I've probably already talked to them, but I can't remember.
I know Mallory Moore is involved a lot.
Yeah.
And she's very good on stuff. She's kind of an activist researcher, and I'm all in favour of activist research and groups like that. And
she's good.
They have got some great research that hasn't really been done by university academics and stuff.
Okay.
So I think they would be a really good someone from them, or maybe more than one, would be very good at on here. They've got all the information about the right-wing activists that have been funding people or who've been involved with the CAS review.
Yeah.
They've been doing that sort of research.
They've actually been
which is
digging
brilliant.
that stuff out, haven't they? And trying to make it public and well known. Yeah, it's great. No, that'd be good. Yeah, that'd be really good. I'm gonna head back to my farm soon for my girls' birthdays because they're twins. And then we're gonna have a little holiday. So I'm not gonna be super duper active in July, like over the summer. But once I get back after that, it's gonna be get back to work and back into this, and I'll definitely try and line up some more guests for that. Onwards and upwards. I think it's a really cool format, honestly. I do enjoy talking to women and people like you who are who are in the trenches to a certain extent, or just get different kind of perspectives on what it means to be trans, or what your lives have been like, or what your major concerns are, what your experiences have been. It's really cool, and I think we all get a real kick out of it. Let's check out what's happening in the chat, because I'm sure lots of things are happening. Yeah. Okay, Shamanic says, no, like cishet girls get called man or dude too. Yeah, though I get it, it impacts them some. It's just never been as much of a gendered term in my friendship circle. My cis girlfriend was man or dude. My best friend Charlotte, cis girl, was also dude. Right, but Shamanic, I think and they are cis and the girls, and so you are sort of misgendering them, but it doesn't really matter because their gender, there's no ambiguity or there's no questioning of the gender. It's like it's just they are cis girls and they were born with the correct genitals, which matches everyone's preconceptions of who they and how they should behave, and therefore it's not going to really hurt. But if you do have to understand that it is different when you're dealing with people who aren't so sure about that kind of stuff, and you may not know by looking at them. So it's just you have to be a bit more, you do have to be a little careful about that. I mean, I think that calling someone man and then trying to say that it's not gendered is a weird take, to be honest, because it's a bit like me going out to a guy at a bar and saying, "Hey, girlfriend." It's like it would be rude, it would be rude, and the guy wouldn't like it. And also, you might say, well, I just call everyone dude because it's a non-gendered term, and it's like, oh, okay, well, so how many dudes have you fucked? And they'll be like, no, not like that. I'm not, because it then suddenly is clearly gendered, isn't it? And so I think you should be a little careful on that one. Dilda Dane says some stuff as well. Yeah, basically the same as me. Cool. Yeah, I think neutral terms are cool. So Dilda Dane says, we've recently started getting more and more members in my temple that are either trans or MB or non-cis, and I could say broadly, oh no, you can say that broadly, and we've set up a weekly day where everyone participates in education how we can best advocate for people, but it's led and informed by non-cis people primarily, which I love, and that's really, really important. So many people, so many cis people are all too eager to kind of take the reins and step up and start dictating and start saying what they think is best for us, and I think it's really important to just talk to us and also just let us talk and let us take charge and take responsibility for our own future. It's something that we're often kind of just sidelined and not given that opportunity, and that's not right. That's a bit of an injustice, to be fair, and I'm sure that you understand that as well, Natacha. It's really difficult, and that's why you would, so you had these articles in the Guardian, and you had some kind of relationship with them, and it was all fine. I think it's virtually impossible for a trans person to get anything published in the Guardian nowadays, isn't it?
Oh, completely, yeah. I think I've seen. What usually happens is when there's something happening about trans people, like when the verdict, the Brianna Jai verdict was announced and things like that, and then they have trans people for maybe 24 hours or 48 hours max, you know,
Sure.
then they don't have any more. They have us in when cis people would expect to see us in, but the rest of the time they don't.
Yeah,
And
it's like
that's-
exactly. It's like
it's
where's
like
the
covering it up.
yeah? It's like where's the just the standard? It's like in films and TV as well. Where's the just the trans person where their transness is not the main point? It's like yes, they happen to be trans, and that's just one more thing that people are. It's completely normal. But actually, the point of them in this story or whatever, if it's a film, is entirely the transness is irrelevant. Yeah, and that's what I like to see.
Yeah.
I think that's something that film and TV could really do with a lot. They could do that a lot more, and it's a shame that they're kind of missing that opportunity. And so that's a little similar to I just want to see a trans sports report or whatever, or trans weather person, just talking about the weather. I think that why can't we just have that kind of thing? Why is it always just about? It's like who's been murdered this week? Let's get the token trans person on to talk to everyone because we only ever see trans people in this tragic circumstances. Go on.
Someone was telling me the original Mission Impossible TV series, which was on like in the 60s and 70s, that was the first time they had a black person on not playing a black person.
Oh, you're right. Okay.
You see what I mean? He was the tech for the group. Yeah, he did all the bits of electronics and stuff like that. And it wasn't a role that had to be played by a black person. It was just played by a black person.
Yeah, that's the way it should
and
be.
But that wasn't until the 1960s. Every other before that, it was a role that had to be black because it was something about racism or whatever.
Of course. And so that just shows how far behind we are compared to racial equality and sexuality and equality for gay people and stuff. It just shows how far behind we are in that because it's quite sobering, isn't it, really? We've got a lot of catching up to do. I really hope we can get there.
We do.
Rex, I have no idea what you're saying. So Rex says, well, it's the season. Silly Norwegians. I can't remember. I don't know what that's. You've lost me. The other day, in a lot of spaces claim to be inclusive, but then when it comes to leader roles or leading and power structure, a lot of spaces aren't as inclusive as they claim. Yes, that is very true. Whatever. Like they think they're inclusive if they've got a woman on the board or something, and just imagine the difficulties of being a trans woman then, and also and trying to get into that kind of space. It's an uphill struggle. It really is. Ginger Bay says, dude used colloquially isn't gendered. Many cis women use it with each other, but dude used to make a trans woman feel like shit is bigotry. Had an argument on this with an asshole online not crazy long ago. Yeah, it probably sounds like an argument in bad faith that as well, Ginger Bay. It's they just like to waste our time with this kind of stuff, and sometimes it's just best not to give them our time because our time is very precious. They just go over the same old talking points and they're rubbing their hands with glee because we could actually be talking about interesting and important things instead of just trying to correct them on basic etiquette and being civilized. Don't let them waste your time, people.
No, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. Everyone allowed actually means the worst attendees determine who is allowed. Good morning to All Points West. How you doing, to All Points West? It's nice to see you. I know you've been trying to get in on a stream and you've been missing them recently, so glad you could finally figure it out. We are building the Ornithopter from Dune, and it's still early days. Whoa! And I dropped it, like I always do. No, it's fine. It's fine. It's just I don't know what I've built. Honestly, it's a wedge. I don't know what it does yet, but it's yeah, it doesn't do much, but it's cool. It's going well. Oh, you've built it before, yeah? It's got some interesting mechanics, so I've heard. I'm excited about the mechanics. Haven't seen any yet, but I'm excited to find out. Gingerbay says, I myself, though, prefer to stay away from gendered language unless I know the person's gender. I think it's a very sensible thing to try and do. Rex. A good example was the first episode of this series of Doctor Who. Ruby Sunday's band had a keyboardist that appeared trans, played by a trans woman. But she was just the keyboard player in the band, and that's it. 10 out of 10. Well, yes, Rex. Really good example. That's and I think Doctor Who's fairly progressive. I don't actually watch it myself, but I'm hearing good things about it. So, do you watch Doctor Who, or are you too busy, Natasha? Do you watch Doctor Who or anything like that?
I used to when I was a lot younger. I don't have a TV now.
Oh yeah.
I refuse to pay a TV license.
Yeah.
To fund. I mean, I'm trans. My partner's non-white. And they're full of racism, transphobia, xenophobia, everything. Yep. And I'm not going to spend my money on that. I'll watch bits and pieces of Netflix and read books. I've actually got. This is just a fraction of my books.
Okay, so you got a library. You got a whole library. Yeah, cool.
And I've got, only a finite number of years left on the planet to read them all.
How many have you not read yet? What's the percentage?
Oh, I've probably not read about 60% of them.
That's quite high. Have you not made the switch to a Kindle yet either? Because that's quite useful.
I've got that. I mean, yes, I've got one of those as well. But I prefer paper that you turn. You can make notes in it and stuff like that. Yeah, no, some people do prefer. Well, you can make notes on Kindle as well, I think, can't you? Or you can highlight it. I don't know. Easy. Yeah. But no, a lot of people do prefer reading just paper books. Personally, I do like my Kindle. I think it's really cool just to be like, oh, what shall I read? So I finished that book. Is there another book by the same author? Yes, there is. And now I have it. I really like that, Whereas, and of course, there's also the fact that you can have your whole entire library in your, in a very small space. Not that I've got rid of all my books. I've got a load of paper books as well, and it's nice to have them, sure. But I don't remember the last time I bought a paper book. I've just kind of run out of space to put them, really, so I'm just going digital now. Well, so have I, actually. I've got piles of them on the floor.
Exactly. Right, there you go.
But I just can't, I very rarely, all the academic books, I just can't get very much out of them on Kindle.
Okay.
It's the sort of thing I'll take on holiday and read crap while I'm lying on the beach or something like that. Yeah. And I don't want to carry books with me anyway.
Yeah, that's brilliant, isn't it? That's the way to do it, I suppose. Yeah. But I think if it's like if there's lots of like illustrations and things like that, then obviously that's when you really do need a paper book, isn't it? Kindles work so well for that.
Yeah.
Yeah. So thanks for the example, Rex. That's a really good example. Dilda Dane says, the Granthi or priest equivalent in my temple is a bearded trans female Sikh. We don't have priests, everyone can lead, but the caretaker of the temple, you could say. Yes, and we were talking recently about that film Monkey Man as well, weren't we? How cool that was. And the warrior trans people in that were amazing. I loved that. 2 All Points West is doing well. Hey, with the Tories looking to lose, do you think anything will change? That's a good question, isn't it? I hope so. I really hope some things will change and some things will get better. Not just for trans people, but for generally for just everyone in the UK. I really hope so. But it remains to be seen. I guess one thing that I really hope as well is that the Tories are wiped out so much that they aren't the opposition anymore. I think that would be really good. That would change the dynamic of British politics significantly, and honestly, I it would be pretty weird if it's Reform, and I think that would be, and Reform does worry me quite a lot. But on the other hand, if it's something like the Lib Dems, that could work quite well. So
I think that one of the problems, I was talking to there's a trans woman who's a Lib Dem candidate, and she was saying they're really worried that they would become the main opposition party, but only have 80 MPs, because you can't make a shadow cabinet with only 80 MPs. You'd have literally no backbenchers at all, and it would be really, really difficult for them. Some of them would have to have 2 posts and things like that, and most of them would be completely new to Parliament as well.
Would they be able to kind of go through like a hiring drive and get some, stock up the benches a bit? I don't know.
I think they could probably have some people from the Lords.
Oh right.
But, I don't know how it works. It's not good to have people from the Lords, obviously, but
no.
It would. Because David Cameron is Foreign Secretary, isn't he? And he's not in Parliament; he's in the Lords, so you can do it. But I think it would be really scrabbling round.
It would be a bit weird.
Yeah, and I think these days a lot of people in the Lords seem to be quite old as well, don't they?
Yeah. But it's not the worst problem to have, to be honest. I think it's a problem maybe, but let's see what happens, and let's see if we can get there, and then we'll figure it out when we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, as they say.
Yeah.
Hello
also,
to
I don't
Levator.
think you.
Come on.
I don't think you can have a coalition in opposition, so they couldn't bring in the Greens and the Independents.
Oh yeah, okay.
As well, you can have a
coalition
in government, but not in opposition.
Right, that's annoying.
Yeah,
because wouldn't that make sense to be able to have an opposition that's kind of coalition? I don't know.
Yeah, I can just imagine all the problems they would have with doing that. But it's going to be interesting what happens in not just Islington North, but Ilford North.
Which one's Ilford North?
As well, that's Wes Streeting's seat.
Right. Yeah. I hope he loses it.
And he is being challenged by Liane Mohammed, who is a Palestinian.
That could be interesting then.
Could be very interesting, yeah. I think apparently it looks like it's neck and neck.
Good.
So,
yeah. I think even is Keir Starmer's seat safe?
I think so. I mean, he's being challenged by I've forgotten his name now. He used to work with he was a South African politician, Andrew Feinstein.
Oh yeah, okay.
But I don't think he's coming close.
Oh, that's a shame. Because that would be fun.
It does look like Jeremy Corbyn's going to win in Islington North.
Right, that's good.
Which would be good, and we got some Greens coming through as well.
Yeah, I'm quite a fan of Corbyn. I think it's a real shame that he was, that didn't work out.
And there's a lot of stuff coming out now about the Labour candidate opposing him of being like profiteering from private health and stuff like that.
Yeah, I know. I totally can believe that. Yeah.
And it really is setting up an old Labour versus new Labour sort of battle, isn't it?
Yeah. The establishment really did go all out on making sure that Corbyn was sabotaged, didn't they? It was really sad to see. Finally found the piece I've been looking for ages, which is good. Been quite distracted about that. So hey Levator, nice to see you. Hope you're well too. 12 points. Yeah, the wings didn't flap as much as I hoped they would, but I'm not 100% sure I built that part correctly. Okay, well I'll try and build it correctly. I'll do my best anyway. See what happens. Tilda Dane says, here TV licenses are mandatory even if you don't have a TV. It sucks. That does suck. TV licenses are such a weird thing. Here it's not like in Norway you don't have one. I hope, because I'm not paying. But also I don't have a TV. So so I don't have a TV, but if it's mandatory, I'm screwed. But I don't think it is. I've been living here for a while. It's not.
I mean, I literally, when I decided to get rid of it, the telly that I threw out was enormous and very, very heavy. It was one of those cathode ray tubes. So it was really, really heavy.
An old one, yeah.
For me to get into the back of my Clio and take it to the dump, it was really, really difficult. And now you can just hold them with one hand, can't you?
Yeah, you can just hang them on the wall.
One.
It's really easy. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah. So that shows how long ago I got rid of my TV license.
No, but honestly, that's not a bad thing to do. I think a lot. It's. I haven't had a TV where you kind of watch terrestrial channels or whatever for many years. Right now, we actually don't have a TV here, and we're not really so bad off for it, honestly. But we do like watching films and things, so it's so we would probably benefit from that.
Yeah, because my partner's Japanese, we share a Netflix account.
Yeah, cool.
And she can see lots and lots of Japanese, Korean things, and I can see other bits and pieces.
Did you watch Shogun?
I didn't know.
Ah, yeah, okay.
Another one I need.
Shogun's.
I've been getting into the Korean dramas and some of the Scandinavian noir stuff.
Okay.
As well. The Memories of the Alhambra. Have you seen that?
No, I don't know that one.
Oh, you must see that. It is absolutely bananas. It really is completely off the wall. It's a Korean drama, but it starts off. It's set in Spain, in Granada, and it takes about 5 episodes to figure out what's going on before you get into it. It is really, really, really off the wall, but cool. I really enjoyed that.
Cool.
It was, and then there's Crash Landing on You is good as well, which is a sort of romantic comedy set in North Korea, which is again quite off the wall, brilliant. But,
Cool. Let's catch up with chat again. Shamanic says, I hope so. Seeing Labour ads on front page of Mirror, Mail and Sun is delicious. Yeah, no, totally. All the press that have traditionally been supporting the Tories, now they've switched and the writing's on the wall. I mean, it's rats leaving a sinking ship, and there's no surprise. There's no way the Tories are going to win. The question is how big a lead are Labour going to have, and how disastrous is it going to be for the Tories, and then where the other minor parties fill in the gaps. That's the question. And so from that point of view, it's not like super tense, like, oh gosh, anything could happen. Like, it's obvious, pretty obvious, I think, what's going to happen, but the detail, it's all in the details. Like the interesting stuff is in the details. But the Tories absolutely deserve to be roundly routed. Shamanic says, they keep sending us angry letters about the TV license, but we aren't paying.
Oh, I've got a stack of those, yes.
Have you? Because they just do that, don't they? They assume. Ginger Bay says, you'll remember the purple M&M character that's trans. When the commercial her character first appeared in aired, Conservatives lost it. By the way, she's currently on the caramel cold brew M&M's bag. I don't know about the purple M&M character that was trans. I don't really follow the M&M stories, but that's cool. I'm glad that M&M are representing, or she's representing transness in the M&Ms. Is she a real person, or is she an M&M? I'm a little confused. The Tories could lose all but one seat in Surrey. They currently have all of them. So when I lived in Guildford, it was always Tories. So I don't know if they're gonna. I don't know what the situation is. I'd be very happy to see them losing Guildford as well, that area. She was absolutely useless as well. Absolutely useless. I remember my business partner went to meet with her once. I didn't go. I think I was busy doing something else, but he went to meet with her. What was her name? Anne something. And she was drunk. Like he had a meeting with her and she turned up drunk. Had a long lunch. And late. Do TV license in Norway is through taxes, says Errol. It used to be something you had to pay directly before, but they changed it a few years back to get paid over taxes, so everyone pays, whether you have a TV or not. Oh, good. Okay. So I'm paying for not having a TV. I'm going to be counting votes on Thursday night, so that should be interesting. Okay, yeah, you're going to have a busy night. Wow. In the elections last month, I was very tempted to go and ask my MP if I was allowed to use the loo at the count, or would he be obliged to report me to the Minister for Women and Equalities? Well, I hope that you were tempted, but you didn't do it. Okay, so I don't know. Yeah. Freya says, I had a visit from them, told them I refused to fund a transphobic organisation. This is the BBC, the licence people. Yeah. I think you're very well justified in telling them that. Yeah. It's the M&M cinematic universe. Yeah, this is the next films that we're probably going to be watching after Marvel, I imagine. That is meaningful. You bottled it, they'd have probably chucked me out. Well, that's terrible, actually, that you feel like they would have chucked you out. I really hope not, honestly. But, only you know the situation. I wouldn't have asked, I would have just done it, It's never been an issue. It's never been an issue here or any country that I've been in. Including the UK.
If they stop you using the loo, they're breaking the law and you can sue them.
Yeah, exactly. It's against the equality. No, what's it called? What's the law?
Equality Act.
The Equality Act. Yeah, it's against the Equality Act. Yeah, so they can't. Even
and
though
it doesn't matter what stage of your transition you are.
Yeah.
As long as you have taken steps to transition or something like that. That is all.
And that's the way it should be, and that's the way it is. And a lot of people don't know that, including even trans people, I'm thinking, because there's just been such misinformation spread throughout the media and stuff. But yeah, no, you are absolutely within your right to use the toilet that matches your gender.
Yeah.
Freya says, Lib Dems are projected to win Guildford. Good. Also, where I am, Woking, which is Woking, everyone... Oh, yeah, okay, so they're also going to win Woking. Fantastic. Everyone here can't stand the Tories since they bankrupted the local council to the tune of £2 billion. I know, I heard about that. It's unbelievable. It's just unbelievable, the corruption that's happening in that government. Levator says, I didn't ask, I just went. But right, so you just did, you just used them, yeah. But I hadn't seen the MP before, and it had just been a talking point in the election. So all your legal admin is done. Awesome. So you are. So what's the next step? So you applying for a GRC, or is that done as well? What's going on with that? Do you have a GRC, Natasha?
I've so far chosen not to, but I might do. It doesn't. One of the things I'm worried about is having my name on a list in government. So I'm not. That's why I think we need to push for self-ID.
Totally.
Because that would be distributed. You would go to a solicitor, you would sign something, and that would be it. And there wouldn't be all of us on a list.
Yeah.
And I think that is. I think it potentially, if say reform start to form part of a government or something, I wouldn't want to have.
No, that would be awful.
If reform do, I'm leaving. I'm going to go to Japan.
Gosh. It's true though, isn't it? It's kind of scary. But yeah, no, I totally agree. I've not done a GRC. I don't live in the UK, so there's limited reasons for me to do it, really. And because I do live in Norway, and I legally changed my gender in Norway, it took 3 weeks. And minimal paperwork, so it's the way it should be. It's so funny, the whole argument is just unbelievable in the UK. So many countries are just doing it, and they're doing it without any issues. Thank you for the follow, Utah Jazz, thank you so much. They're doing it with so little, there's just no issues, right? So they there might be some opposition to it, but there usually is by minorities, by hateful minorities, but they do it, and then all the fear mongering that took place before about how now women are going to be so unsafe in toilets and it's like nothing to do with that. It doesn't happen. None of this happens, and it just it's just the world doesn't end. Everyone continues to live their lives happily. There's no increase in any kind of crime or whatever. That they're on about how it would how it would affect crime. I don't know. And so so it's just such a non-issue, and more countries are doing it. More and more countries are introducing self-ID in Europe and in a lot of the other parts of the world, and the UK just seems to be this stupid little bubble where they're so backwards, and they're ignoring all the evidence to the contrary, and saying, and when it comes to self-ID and reforming the GRA. It's really sad.
I'm hearing that the next country in line to have self-ID is likely to be Vietnam.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that literally, they only just decriminalised being trans. I think I was there 6 or 7 years ago. I just arrived in Saigon just after they did that. And there were all these young trans women still trying to grow their hair out and stuff like that.
Right,
it was that recent, and now they're going for self-ID. I'm hearing possibly also Botswana might do.
Botswana, okay.
Well.
Fantastic.
Yeah. There's a court case has gone in our favour there, and just at the moment the government's just ignoring it. But,
but that's really good. I mean, and it's progress, isn't it? And that's eventually it's going to become impossible to ignore that stuff. The UK cannot hold out indefinitely over this kind of thing. No. It would be incredible if they managed to do that. So, eventually self-ID will come. It's just, this ball is rolling. It's got momentum. There's no stopping it. It's just a question of when, not if. And I think that would be a really positive step forward. I would love to see that happen in the next government, to be honest. I think that would be fantastic. Who knows? Maybe that's overly optimistic, but whatever. I'd rather be an optimist than a cynicist. Yes, what's happening? So, Levata says, I did the GRC. Haven't done surgery because I need to have work, be more stable for longer before I can think about that kind of thing. Fair enough. But that's really cool that you got the GRC. Another issue for me is the fact that I'm still married, and so I'd have to get my spouse to kind of okay the whole thing, and it just feels insulting. and so I'm just not into it. I did look into the whole thing, but I quickly realised that
I think
it was leaving a really bad taste in my mouth.
That's one thing Labour said they're going to change.
Right. Well, I hope they do.
Change that much, but they're going to change that bit, I think.
I read the bit. There's an issue. Oh, wait. There's an issue when you being yourself is something you'd prefer to not be on a government list. Says a lot. Says far too much. It's very depressing. Freya says, if I do, I'll get my Irish citizenship first and do it there. Because it's a lot. It's self-ID in Ireland, right? I think. So that's a lot simpler. It's going to be a lot simpler to do it that way around. Did Dubai says, fear-mongering our existence in the space we feel safest is ridiculous. We got a first-time chat from Utah Jazz. And you're actually talking to Freya, and you're saying you have a niece named Freya. Freya's a nice name. I like Freya. It's our first dog was called Freya. The spousal veto is really weird. It's really weird. And so what it is if they do try to veto it, it's like it's not a real, like they can't. It's not final say. They veto it, but that just means you have it, that the process becomes more drawn out. It becomes more difficult. It's not like that's it, that's the end of the road. But it means that you have to kind of, do extra steps in order to get there, and it's ridiculous.
I think sometimes it's been weaponized in divorce proceedings and stuff like that.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Yeah, it's been weaponized or misused. It's awful. Yeah, I know it's the name of an Old Norse goddess. Yeah, Freya. Yeah, it's a good one. It's a good one. I can't find this person's head. I'm just gonna leave her. I don't understand what's going on there. I've been looking for ages and I can't find her head. It's just frustrating me now. How long have you got with us, Natasha? I shouldn't. I should just hasten to add that I often go for hours on this, and you're not obliged to stick around. But of course, you can stay for as long as you like. It's totally up to you.
Actually, I will have to go soon because I need to go to the shops.
Yep, cool. That's
before
fine.
They shut. So
That's fine. You're doing your Sunday shopping.
Yes, my both me and my mum can't eat cheese.
Oh.
So we get this fake cheese you can only get at Waitrose. So I have to go and get that and then take it up to her.
Okay.
It's called like Camembert or something like that, and it's made by a company in London out of fermented cashews.
Oh wow!
And
fermented
so-
cashews. I didn't know there was such a
It
thing.
tastes just like Camembert.
Amazing.
Every time I go to my mum, I take a whole pile because she loves it.
That
She
sounds
hasn't
really
been able to
cool.
eat cheese since about 1955 or something, you know.
Wow. Cheese again.
Um,
I don't know what I'd do if I couldn't eat cheese. I love cheese. It's yeah. What is it? Is it lactose intolerance or something like that?
It's an allergy.
An allergy.
to
Okay,
cheese.
gosh. I didn't know.
One of my I went to a what's the word, nutritionist when I was in Tokyo about 10 years ago, and because I was having so many allergies.
Okay.
And she basically said, you've probably got all these allergies because of stress. Most allergies are from stress. And she said, in your case, it's almost certainly because you couldn't transition young enough.
Oh wow. Gosh.
Because I knew I was a girl when I was 5. And,
Yeah, me too.
It wasn't possible. And I did transition for a bit, and then I had to go back in and stuff like that. And actually, that was probably a lot more stressful than I thought at the time.
Of course, you get used to. You just kind of adapt, don't you? Especially as a child, you know, when you're young, you're very adaptable, and you just think that whatever you're going through, whatever hardships or whatever, prolonged kind of periods of stress or difficulty, it just becomes normal. It becomes normalized for you. But it doesn't mean that it's not stressful. It doesn't mean it's difficult. It doesn't mean it's not difficult. You know, it just means that you get used to it. It's like I always think about it like you're kind of trying to ride a bike with the brakes on.
Yeah.
You know, and even
that's
though you can
kind
do
of
it,
it,
right? Even though you can do it and you get used to it, and you're like, it's just hard work to pedal, right? And everyone's just sailing past you, and it's because they don't have the brakes on.
Yeah, that's kind of it. Yeah, because I'm allergic to everything. I'm allergic
gosh.
to dairy and egg white and soya.
Right?
Now, the worst thing to be allergic to when you're
Oh.
already allergic to dairy is
Yeah,
soya.
yeah, exactly. Especially not in Japan. Yeah.
Yeah, so I can't have tofu
what
or
a
anything
shame.
like that.
I got a stomach ulcer when I was quite young, from stress, and that sometimes kind of comes back. I have to be a little careful with that.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I always wonder how because I kind of feel like sometimes I got off lightly with the whole like not transitioning thing. I would have loved to have transitioned obviously before like my ideal route would have been onto puberty blockers, not going through male puberty, and then onto hormones, and just that's the dream, isn't it? That would be amazing.
Yeah.
But just like you, there was I don't think there was literally any way to do that. That just did not exist at the time when I needed it.
No.
Not in the UK. And in fact, in very, very few countries throughout the entire world would that have been possible. So I don't beat myself up, or I try not to beat myself up too much about that. But I also do wonder how much it's affected me, and how because it's not an easy thing to do, to go through life feeling like this and feeling kind of helpless to do anything about it. Whereas everyone who's cis, they just kind of sail through it so easily, and it's like, it's not fair, really, is it?
No, it's not. But this is why I fight for trans rights, because I don't want other kids to go through what I had to go
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely. And if there's one thing I really can't stand, it's the kind of the mentality where it's like, well, I got through it, okay, therefore, I suffered, and therefore other people should have to suffer as well. I just, that's just horrible, that kind of attitude.
Yeah, it's awful.
So absolutely, there's no, we absolutely have to protect trans children. We have to, believe them, and we have to give them all the help we possibly can, because being trans is not easy. And being a trans child is not easy. And actually being a trans child, when you can see that there's the possibility to transition, and there's the possibility to get puberty blockers and all this kind of stuff, and you see all these like role models and things that we never had when we were young, and then still be denied that possibility, that opportunity, that's awful. That's got to be so awful.
That's torture,
basically, literally torture. Yeah. And we see that in the when we were talking earlier, earlier on in the stream, we see that with the tragic taking of lives that some trans children have had to felt that was the only way out. 16 of them have committed suicide in the period where puberty blockers were off the shelves of the NHS.
Since the 1st of December 2020, when they banned puberty blockers, there's been we reckon there's more than that now. That was just the 16 who were on the GIC list.
Gosh, of course, yeah.
And in the 7 years before that, there was only one.
Yeah.
So it's obviously the cause.
Yeah, and it's been covered up, hasn't it? So the NHS,
covered up.
upper levels of the NHS management have done everything they possibly can to cover up this information, make sure it's not managed to get out into the public. And
they should all be in court.
They should be in court, and they should be prosecuted.
As should Cass, because Cass glossed over it, to put it mildly, or covered it up in the Cass review. So they should all be in court.
I really would like to see justice within our lifetimes for the stuff, for some of the stuff that people have done to us. I really would. And it's, apologies are not enough.
No. Jail sentences.
Jail sentences would be a start. Yeah. Right, let's check out what's happening in the chat.
I'm going to have to go
now. No,
that's
fine.
I'm
That's
go
fine.
Shopping. So
yeah, you do your shopping.
nice
Go get your fake cheese.
Thank you.
It's been really lovely to have you on, Natasha. I hope you have.
It's been a pleasure to be on as well.
I'm glad you had a nice
and I'll
time.
see if I can drop in and listen at some time in the future.
Yeah, you're welcome to pop into my chat whenever you like. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Have a good Sunday.
Okay. Take care then.
Bye. I'll let you switch up. Bye. There she goes. That was nice. That was a nice little chat. Well, she's quite an inspirational woman. I think you'll agree. She's doing a lot of things. And it was really good to have her on as a guest. If you've got any other suggestions for guests, just let me know. I'm going to go on a little break because I'm tired and I need to get some more drinks. So I'll see you very shortly. A few minutes. Bye-bye. Oh, that's the building scene. Oh! There's soldering going everywhere. I'm going to put that back. I need to get a bit more solder out. They built it upside down. This is a faulty one. It's upside down. Hold on. I've had an idea. There we go. Oh my god. Oh my bloody god. Someone clip this. Leftover. I'm going to put the spanner in the leftover pile. Let's see how he fits. He fits pretty well actually. Thanks for the follow. End stream fag now. That's a fucking... What the fuck? Who makes an account like that? They've actually gone to the trouble of making that account. Is it possibly just the track? Because the track's kind of quite layered. That's annoying. Can someone do a clip? If someone does a clip, I can check. I can then replay the clip with nothing else. Properly lounge now. This is much better. Awesome. Hello. Right, did I miss the draw me like your French girls line? Draw me like your French girls. No, I actually didn't do it, but I just did it. I just did it now. I want you to draw me like one of your French girls. It was something like that, wasn't it? I haven't seen that film for bloody ages, so I have no idea how she does it. But I'm pretty sure that was a pretty exact, probably a good thing. I think that's a good thing. I'm glad that I don't have any viewers who, but on the other hand, anyone who's self-aware enough to know that they're horrible, that there's something to be said for that at least, because most people wouldn't say that. And you know, people who are horrible, like they're often the least self-aware kinds of people that there are, isn't there? Aren't they?
At this and just going like, well, what the fuck?
I hope so. I hope so. And I also hope that I mean, what should be done about the people who are currently, you know, the founders and things? I mean,
if you look at what happened in the 80s and 90s, people just pretend that things didn't happen. People pretend that things didn't, and this is why I get like, you know, there's people in my life who I know said very sort of.
Imagine if a trans person had done that. Oh right, about the thing that's happened, and I don't know what it is. But yeah, they get away with a lot, don't they? And then they don't let us get away with anything. It's hypocritical. Or they try not to let us get away with anything. They don't deserve civility, though. They don't deserve civility. It's never too late to try and... This is much better. Awesome. Hello. Right, did I miss the draw me like your French girls line? Draw me like your French girls. No, I actually didn't do it, but I just did it. I just did it now. I want you to draw me like one of your French girls. It was something like that, wasn't it? I haven't seen that film for bloody ages, so I have no idea how she does it. But I'm pretty sure that was a pretty exact recreation. Me, and it had other people. Because you didn't just play as Neo. In fact, did you play as Neo at all? We're back. I got my coffee. Levata says, I did get a fun story out of it though, because my partner had her knitting temporarily confiscated when she forgot it was in her back when we went to court. She got her knitting confiscated. Why? Why did it? This knitting is dangerous. Unauthorized knitting taking place. Okay, Utah Jazz. Yeah, I have an ancestor who converted to Mormonism in Copenhagen in the mid-1800s and then moved to Utah. So you have Danish roots. Shamanic used to eat some coconut fake cheese called shees, which was pretty good. Not fermented cashews good though. No, fermented cashews, that sounds like the business, doesn't it? Shamanic says, oh, that's so rough. Had pretty heavy food sensitivities from stress response for a while. Now it's just gluten I can't eat. Yeah, just because they suffered is the reason why they're suffering why that suffering shouldn't be allowed to continue. That's the correct way to think about it, isn't it? But some people get it a bit twisted. Yeah, they should have been hauled off to trial in prison. There's a lot of reparations that need to be made at the end of this period. There really are, and I think that they are, rightly worried about that. Hopefully, it keeps them up at night. Your ancestor was named Hans Christian Davidson. Yeah, no, it was really good to talk to Natacha. She's very cool. I do like learning about all these different people's lives and experiences and how they've overcome adversity, because being trans often means that you do have to overcome adversity. Gosh, just imagine if I interviewed a cis person. What would we even talk about? It would be boring. I don't know. The weather? No, I'm sure we could have a good time as well. I think, I've heard that cis people can be kind of interesting as well sometimes, maybe. I'm not sure. Seems unlikely, to be honest. So if you are just joining us or have recently joined us, I'm building the Ornithopter from the Dune films. And I've heard lots and lots of good things. Lots of really good things about the internal mechanism. I haven't actually got to that yet, I don't think. I don't really know what I'm doing, to be honest. I'm just building. But it's still early days, so that's why. I'm just trying not to mess it up. Just trying not to make any mistakes. Because it's technical, like I said. So it's technical. It's quite complicated. Lots of pins. What are you all talking about? Talking about your ancestry. Yeah, you're alright. It's not, you're nothing special. I was offended. Perpetually offended. You should be trans. You really should. If you like to be offended, honestly, I can highly recommend being trans. Something you might want to consider, I don't know. Just so many opportunities, honestly. People just dish it out. It's like, ooh, offence for me? I didn't know you cared. No, I think we get accused of that by cis people. But we're actually not that eager to be offended. We'd really like to not be offended constantly. It's just that you keep saying the darndest things to us. Right, I do think I have a guest next week. I'm just going to check, because I can't remember. I think I've got a guest next week. Let me just see. What are we on? We're on the 30th. So next week... Oh. What if I do? It's not in this calendar. Why is it not in this calendar? That doesn't make sense. So this calendar must not have all my calendars.
Water!
Thank you. It's coffee. Same thing. Yeah, I don't actually have anything to eat. I don't think. Do I have anything to eat? Not that I can see. So, unless you know something, Aurelia. Unless you know something I don't. Ooh, where's this piece then? So. Ira says, I mean, as a relatively vocal supporter, they try to be offensive towards me as well. And they really don't come up with anything new. But it is surprising how often I am either trans, gay, detrans, or whatever else buzzword they have learned this week. Yeah, it's almost like they're trying to be offensive, isn't it? Always the sign of a well-adjusted human being. Obviously not that there's anything wrong with being any of those things, but in their mind there is, so that's, you know, it's always about intention. Shamanic says, I'm sorting tracks for a VR DJ set tonight. Wish me luck. We're going with an ambient breakcore thing. Ooh, that sounds fun. It's a VR DJ set. Yes, because you do it in VR, don't you? You DJ in VR. Yeah, I was invited to a after Pride party thing last night, but I just had nothing left in the tank, so I didn't go. I was all prided out. I mean, what time did I start on the ciders? It must have been like 1:30. I started about 1:30 on the ciders, and I can't keep going after. I mean, you know, I can't do what I used to do in the olden days. I still think I did very well, personally. What time did I get home, Aurelia? It was very late. Well, it was in time for dinner. It was very late. Really can't remember. Tilda Dane, you must be one of them, points fingers and starts to sweat. Ariel says, well, I also forgot misogynist. Oh, they love misogynists. They love calling us misogynists. It's one of, like, they don't know what it means. They literally have no concept of what the definition of misogyny is, but they love to use that word. They accuse all trans women of being misogynists. Which is incredible, Darvo, honestly. Incredible. You'll be very happy to know that I've added a new rule to the list of rules governing this channel. And that rule is no Russian language. So just to inform the mods, just to make sure you know, if you see any Russian language in the chat going forward, just immediately ban them, please. And you don't have to go to put into Google. Don't worry about it. It's, you know, I think we've figured it out by now. Just ban them. Tilda Dane says, I rarely get insults for being a vocal supporter here. And Errol says, try Twitter for a bit. Yeah, that'll be a fun experience for you. Fun. Fun in quotes. But I'd say people in Denmark are just mostly chill. I really don't have experience that's negative. Going out with my trans friends or non-gender presented friends as well. Now, of course, there's very little BS in day-to-day life. Thank you very much. Online, on the other hand, it's an entirely different story. It's amazing how it brings out the worst in people when they suddenly aren't bound to, social niceties. They can just be their worst versions of themselves, without repercussions. When I'm online, I try to be the best version of myself. When they go online, they do the opposite. It's what they wish they could do in actual society. But they know they wouldn't get away with it. They do walk among us, which is a little scary, but yeah, there's not that many of them. Build a day, which is positive. Why is my video so flickery? Stop being flickery, video. Which is positive, don't get me wrong, I'm sure there's plenty here as well, like negative experience. But I can happily say I never met a person that got riled up here, let alone attack someone vocally. A couple of my real life friends are trans, and one of the servers of one of my go-to bars is trans. No one cares. So it was about maybe 7 o'clock I got home last night, so pretty late. Time for bed. I just grabbed something I just had some dinner. Hot dogs. I ate all the hot dogs. There's one. Errol says, so what? So what I hear Mary saying is that she needs someone to come drink with her and also being able to carry her from the taxi to the door afterwards. That would be really helpful, honestly. Such a long way from the taxi to the, door. So do you consider yourself able to hold your drink, Errol? Like, I used to. I definitely used to. And I still feel I've got some kind of underlying skill in that regard. But I'm a little out of practice. Thank you for modding. It's very good. I don't know what that was about, but I'll find out later when I look at the Discord record. You seem to be getting a nice, healthy dosage of transphobia this week. Like, I almost don't think of it as a negative. It was transphobia, awesome. I almost don't think of it as a negative because it just means that I'm just making the worst people in the world angry. Just by existing, just by streaming on Twitch. I'm making them angry, so angry that they feel the need to, try to insult me. And I love it. It gives me life. What am I doing? Why am I doing this? I've lost my edge on that, says Errol. I've lost my edge on the drinking. I can still do it quite well, but I'm no longer working bars and drinking 4 or 5 times a week. Oof, which was kind of expensive, but also definitely up to the limit. That sounds hard. I don't want to do it professionally. And it's not good for you. It really isn't. I wish it was good for you, but it's not. So I try not to do it so much. But it's nice to lay your hair down once in a while. And this whole week actually has been there's been a lot of her letting down. I think I need to have a healthy week now going forwards. Oh, I can't find the piece. So there's not that many pieces here actually. I'm looking at them now and it's like I won't finish this stream, but I might finish it next stream. Maybe. Does anyone know how many pieces this build is? I suppose I could look, but not really into that. Phil today says, to be honest, I haven't like drinked in 10 years probably. Drinked. You haven't drinked. Drinked.
1,369.
Okay, 1,369 pieces in this bed. Oh yeah, thank you. So it's less than half of the previous treehouse build. I mean, I'm just building, and when things start to make sense to me, I'll let you know. But until that point, I won't let you know. So you're talking about drink. What's drink mean? So like drinking and getting like pretty drunk. I don't remember the last time I drank and got really drunk, actually. I don't remember that. I'm you know, I do kind of know my limits a bit more now. So I do stop before things get really messy, generally speaking. Although there's been a few times. Yeah, blasted a drum. I can only drink obscene amounts when I'm tripping. Otherwise, I'm relatively lightweight. But what's the point? Like, I don't see the point, really, of mixing that kind of stuff. Or, like, or am I not understanding? Perhaps I'm not understanding something fundamental. Okay, so there's a bunch of stuff happening here. I'm gonna put this in here. Okay. So things are moving around. Sure, it's all very clever. But its purpose remains obscure to me. At least for now. It was hard in all the wrong ways. In all the wrong ways. not good for you. You know what's good for you? Exercise. Fresh air. And getting out of breath. Working up a bit of a sweat. Or even a big sweat. And the thing is with that is it's actually really good for for my mental health as well. I'm hoping to get out on the trails on my bike tomorrow. Gonna try again because last time I went out I got a puncture before, like I was 60 seconds in or something. Well, probably like less than 2 minutes into the ride coming down. I'd cycled all the way up. It was really hard up. Ooh, what's happening here? Gosh. And yeah, I got punctures, so I've got some inner tubes now. So I'm gonna sort that out tomorrow morning. Head out on the bike in the afternoon. It's gonna be good. I'm really looking forward to it. Ooh, do I see this? No, I do not see this. Right, now I've forgotten what I was looking for. Oh yeah, okay. What's going on? There it is. Dilladen, I think I can rival the letting her down. My hair is down to almost my ankles. Yeah, okay. So literally you can rival that. That's amazing. My hair just won't grow that far. Like, you know. It's just not strong enough or whatever. This is about as long as it gets. Which is still pretty good, right? I mean, that's not a bad length. If I was going to get longer hair, and I'd love to have long hair, I'd have to get extensions. And they're very expensive. You're looking at, you know, thousands and thousands of krona. Like maybe over 10,000 krona. I don't know. But I would like to do that one day. As a special treat to myself. Yeah, so wow, this is just one piece. I've not seen this piece before. This is like just one solid Technic piece now. Can't help but feel like that would be achievable with 3 pieces, but never mind. Obviously it's for, I guess it's for strength, right? For strength. Okay, so now we put these 2 things together. Ginger Bay says it is rare that I drink. Well, good on you. Because, you know, as I keep saying, it's not good for you. I don't know what that kind of damage I've done to myself. And I always keep thinking about, like, isn't it apparently supposed to kind of destroy your brain, basically? It destroys brain cells. And they don't regenerate necessarily. So every time you get drunk, you kind of, you walk away a little bit stupider. I'm not sure how much more I can do with that before I'm just, before I just don't walk away anymore. Forget how to walk. Oh gosh, I can't figure this out. See, if I hadn't been If I hadn't been drinking so much in my life, I'd have just been putting this straight on, and right now I'm like, oh, what's going on? There's so many connection points. It's trying to tell me where to put things, and I'm not following it. Okay, hold on. It's 3 points. Yeah, okay, no, I'm getting it. Yeah, no, I'm not. No, I'm not getting it. What? Yes, I am. That goes there. Ah, it's falling out. There, and then this comes forward and goes there. Got it. I think I got it. Yeah, those 3 connection points. That was kind of tricky. Doesn't feel right. Oh, there you go. That's him. Right, I really need some strength here before it falls apart. Please let go. You're gonna give it to me. That's cool. Shamanic, it's more than 6 hours into the trip. Alcohol has no to low effect on me. Yes, you keep it in a grandma bun. You don't necessarily have it down. And also beard and hair oil. I have to use it to keep it healthy. So I do use hair oil, actually. Not so much beard oil, but I do use hair oil, which helps. It makes it, it kind of gives it a bit of a shine. I try to look after my hair. I use like a special moisturizing, it's like a hair repair mask that I sometimes put on after a shower. I just stocked up on that. So actually, I'm going to try that. I got a new one, so I'm going to try it out, see how it goes. Because the one I was using before, it's really good, but it's quite expensive, and this one's cheaper. So I'm like, if this works, we're good. Okay, that goes here. Oh, I'm really quite glad that I don't have a guest now, because this requires quite a lot of concentration. I'd feel rude if I had a guest and just was ignoring. I'd be like, sorry, no, I just need quiet now. Can you stop talking, please, guest? The Lego guest. I also think the turban helps it, not like getting toughened up during the day, like with dirt. It's kind of just like kept in its own cozy little bubble. You might be right, yeah. Sounds feasible. Not feasible, reasonable. Okay, and now this is connected up. Ooh. Okay, so what there, yeah. Ooh, it's still a load of stuff. Just a load of stuff then. That was exciting. Now I think I'm making the other side, because this has already got one side and I'm making another side for it now. Oh, gosh, that went a long way. Like I do like this, but I don't know exactly what's happening, and I'm afraid because at the moment, because nothing's really connected properly, I'm afraid that if I start trying to play with it to try and figure out how it's working, that it's just gonna all fall apart. So I can't really do it. I've got to wait until I've got a bit more strength to it, I think. Shamanic says, I used to wear a turban too, and I incline to agree. It does wonders for your hair. Not for any religious reasons. I just really like turbans as they were so practical and comfy. Ooh, maybe I should wear a turban just to keep my hair nice. Well, I guess a headscarf. The things I won't do, because I like to show my hair off. That's the problem. My hair is very important to me. It's always been very important to me my whole life, actually. I've always had it long. It was my major tell. No one knew why I had my hair long. Everyone thought, oh, you must be really into like rock music or something. And I didn't correct them. I wasn't like, well, actually, no, I'm not into rock music. No, something else. I was just like, nodded non-committally. No. They thought I was in a band. People thought I used to be in a band. And sometimes there have been various times in my life, when I was younger for sure, when I was in a band. But they also thought I was in a band when I wasn't in a band. Just because I had long hair. And then all the gentlemen were often quite insistent that I should cut it. And I just ignored them. That's my kind of moment of style too. I used to be a punk kid before becoming Sikh, so I had cheek piercings, stretched ears, a septum, coloured hair. Now I use different colours and style my turban differently depending on outfits. Right, so some girlfriends of mine, what's saying you should curl your hair? Ooh. Well, I'm glad your current girlfriend is more into it. I deleted all my dating apps recently. Oh, not all of them. Not all of them, actually, but most of them. I deleted, like, Tinder and that kind of stuff. I just deleted. They were not bringing me joy. The opposite, actually. So I just needed a break. So I didn't deactivate. I just literally deleted my accounts. Life is a little simpler without them. I mean, I may go back to them. I still have a few, but just it's a bit more of a casual endeavour now. Before it used to be work. And you know, I did get dates, but nothing good, really. You're tempted, yeah? What, tempted to delete them? It's up to you, but I was definitely, I definitely needed to delete them. I was just, I was like, I need to do some things to change my current situation. So that was an obvious one. Just kind of you know, spring clean my life a bit. Like, I would like to meet someone, but I just don't know if I can. I don't know if meeting someone on a dating app is. I don't know. Like, I can see that it works for cis people, just like everything works for cis people, right? Everything works for cis people, including dating apps. It's like, and it's not even easy for them, you know. But it's still difficult, but it can work. But I think it's just it's just so difficult for trans people. And I've just heard it all before now. It has made me a bit cynical, the whole experience. I wish it hadn't. Like, I wouldn't call myself a cynical person, but when it comes to this, I think I'm a little cynical now. Dilda Dane says she's chill with it, the long hair, but much more also just culturally aware of what it means. But to be fair, my many girlfriends with different backgrounds before that have been cool with my long hair. I probably had one or two that didn't like it and actively wished for me to cut it. Yeah, I've had long hair since I was 16. Basically, as soon as I left high school in the UK, as soon as I finished high school, I should say. Finished, because left sounds like I didn't finish, but I'd finished it. I stopped cutting my hair. I mean, when I did get it cut, it was just to trim it when it was long, and I just got, you know, girlfriends and things to do that. Very occasionally my mum. Okay, I'm putting this on the other side now. So let's see if I can line everything up. This should be easier. Oh no, maybe not, because there's actually a lot more connection points. Oh my gosh. Okay, no, that was fine. I think that went okay. Okay, I feel I can play a bit now, maybe. Right, that does nothing. Okay, but this turns. Yeah, okay, that turns and does nothing. Uh-oh. Have I messed it up? Nothing moves. Surely something's supposed to move. Oh. Have I messed it up? Nothing's doing anything. Okay, that's a little concerning. Is that oh no, hold on. Ah, okay, hold on. Yeah, because it's underneath. Right, I get it. Hold on. Right, it's underneath. The whole underneath bit moves, and then it goes like that. Okay, fine. Is it just the land? Is it just the landing gear? Is that all it is? Yeah, it looks like that's what it is. It's boring. Well, I've had a little play. Shamanic says, I've pretty much always had long hair since I was... I'm going to count every chat now. Since I was 14. Sometimes cut the front and sides short, but I always left the back. I'm down to my belly button at the back. You've got a belly button on your back? But it's matted, so it would be even longer if it wasn't in locks. Couldn't really... imagine going proper short hair, though. Would not work for me, I think. Ginger Bay, it's stressful, isn't it? It's stressful, yes. Dilda Dan says, I would not say dating apps is exactly fun as a cis guy. No, I can understand that it's not like, you know, that it can be very hit and miss and not necessarily fun. A lot of, like, you know, a lot of catfish and a lot of people who do not have the best intentions. Scammers, totally. But then imagine the problems you have to face when you're trans. Maybe you can't. Trust me, they are legion. Right, okay, when finished turning this rocket step element, we'll raise and lower the landing ramp and landing feet at the same time. Right. Could have just read it, I suppose, but I figured it out. And I find that most of my cis guy friends find it akin to writing a resume or doing a job application. Not very fun. Ooh, that sounds awful. I mean, sure, but that... I think we're talking about different levels of awfulness here. And honestly, I can't even go into the details of how awful it is as a trans woman dating on a dating app, because I haven't marked this stream as being, you know, it doesn't have any content warnings on it, so I can't. Trust me, there's just plenty of content warnings when you're a trans woman dating. Errol says, I agree on that. Not to mention that it's in general very hookup centric and also a kind of constant pressure. Yeah, it's very hookup centric, but then, you know, but also all the guys that I ever meet, like, it's just hookups. As soon as I say I'm not really interested in hookups and stuff, then it's just like silence. So who are all these people who are, you know, there seems to be a mismatch of needs and wants here. And I do put it on my profile. I say all these things on my profile, and then the guy is like, so what are you looking for here? I was like, well, it's all on my bloody profile. Why don't you just read my profile? So what are you interested in here? It's like, it's on my profile, man. When they say that, it's kind of a red flag. Of which there are many. Just making this little bit. Dilda Dane says, I tend to agree. Also, I'm 30. Diff wants and wishes than when I was 20. Yeah, and I'm not 30. And so again, it's even harder. Even harder. Meja and Technic Lego are not always friends. Not always friends, but we're not enemies either. Ginger Bay says, I'm demisexual, so I have to feel safe with a person as well as have a romantic connection before really wanting to do things. Yes. Okay, Dilda Dan says, if you're curious of what I look like, I've sent a DM on here. If you're not, feel free to check it out. But yeah, me and my twin are very fracternal? Fracternal? We don't look alike at all. I don't know what that means, fracternal. Something to do with fractals. Bag 3. And I'm going to build Duncan. Let's see if I can actually build Duncan, because I tried to build the last one and I couldn't find the face. Oh, I think I just found a face. Oh, there it is. Found a face now. Jessica. Here we go. I built Jessica now from the last bag. And this is Duncan. Idaho. I think that's his face. Hard to say. This guy's hair in a bob. There you go, how's it going? There's Jessica from the last bag. Yeah, fraternal. Okay, fraternal. I still don't really know what that means though. Oh, come on. He doesn't want to hold his sword. Hold your sword, Duncan. Come on. What's wrong with you? The Harkonnen are coming. Here we go. Okay, split from the same egg. Oh, it's in an earlier stage of the womb. The egg splits into two, as opposed to staying one egg for almost the entire pregnancy. Ooh, right, yeah, but how would it? But it must have split up. So what? So how long does identical twins stay the same egg and then it splits? I would have thought it was still pretty early on, because if it's the same egg, it's just the same egg. I don't know. Is this juicy one? Juicy. So yeah, I mentioned it earlier when I was talking to Natacha, but I am going to be I'm going to be a guest streamer on or just a guest, I guess, on Siobhan's stream. That's on Thursday. She's doing an all-night politics stream. I won't probably, I very much doubt that I'll be with her for the whole night. But I'll be with her for a while. So that's quite exciting. Also on Thursday, earlier in the day, I am going to be streaming as well, but I'm going to do an early stream. I'm going to do a morning stream, probably starting around 10:30 CET. And then we're going to get raided. We're going to be part of a raid train. It's the explosive barrel raid train. I can't remember the name of the person who's raiding me now. But anyway, it's going to be really cool. So I hope you can all join me for that. That's this coming Thursday. And maybe I should save the rest of this for Thursday. That might be a good idea, actually. Fraternal twins stem from dual impregnation. There are 2 eggs and 2 sperms. They only share a room. Yeah, that's what I thought. Because if you're from the same egg, you're from the same egg, and I don't think there's any difference between when it splits. It's, it doesn't make a difference, and it splits at the same time. Is there a difference in percentage of shared DNA? I wonder. Yes, because if you've got two different eggs, each egg contains different DNA. It's all from the same pool. It's all from it's all from your mum, but they are it's gonna contain different, It's gonna be 50% of her DNA, and it's gonna be 50% at random, So that means that. Yeah, you will show less. So if it's two different eggs, two different sperms, then it's basically like being just brothers. Brothers that could have been separated in time. Okay, now what's happening here? Okay, okay. So this goes. It is. I'm 13 minutes younger. That I know. He always said he was the big brother when we were kids due to that. He will. Yeah, I do. Any aspect, any possibility of one-upping will be taken advantage of. I have twins as well. And that's the similar situation actually. It's two different eggs, two different sperms. The difference, of course, is that mine are girls. Yeah, they're both girls. And they are super, super duper cool. Super duper cool ladies. I'm very much looking forward to seeing them again soon. Okay, I'm looking for a long lift arm. Where is this? I can't see it. Oh, it's under the wings. That's all right. Okay, so I'll just go from there. Good. Oh, it's coming together quite well, this. I should definitely save myself for some for Thursday. Like, maybe I should do a little bit on Wednesday and then a bit more on Thursday. I don't know. Like, finish it off on Thursday. Yeah, so are we really twins then? Yes, I think you are. You're non-identical twins. I think twins is literally because you were born pretty much the same time and shared the same womb and same amniotic fluid and all this kind of stuff. That's like the classical def. I mean, that is, that is a definition of a twin. Obviously, when you say twin, most people assume identical, so, same egg that split or whatever, but it's not necessarily the case. But you are non-identical. You are a set of non-identical twins. Okay, so let's put this on. Oh no, hold on. Okay, this then goes. Whoa, this. Oh, what the hell? Okay. Like that. Nah, that can't be right. Oh. Oh, you. Here's another piece of Lego. Let's push this on. Okay. And then what? What? This feels odd. Thanks for the follow, Muhin. Hope you're having a great Sunday. This doesn't seem right. I feel like I've done something wrong. Oh wait, that's wrong. Right, there you go. That's better. Yeah, that was probably it. Let's have a look at the next step. Come on, yeah, that's gotta be wrong. What? No, it's not, is it? It's right. It's right, I think. Doesn't feel like it, but it is right. It is right. Cool. Ow. We grew up around a lot of girl twins, oddly enough. Not a lot of boy twins. That's weird. Ah, thank you. Ginger Bay says, one of my old friends is a fraternal twin to his sister. And so, yeah, it's been in the womb at the same time is basically the definition of a twin, I suspect. Well, that's the thing, actually. That's quite common. Dilda says, I swear he took all the nutrients. He's like a whole head taller than me. That is actually pretty common, and you're joking, but it's it's often the case where one twin is it's like a competition, in the womb. It's a competition, and survival of the fittest. Unfortunately, evolution is not necessarily a nice thing. It's just a thing that works. Twins often do compete for nutrients, and you'll find that one twin is stronger at the expense of the other. It's like a war of attrition until they can get born, and then obviously that's an entirely different thing. It's still a bit of a war of attrition, but it's less about nutrients and more about who gets to play with what toy. Yes, competition, of life. Good thing he's a nice guy. So yes, the competition hopefully doesn't continue indefinitely. Eventually, you realise it's better to work together than to compete. And that's how humans work. Most of the time. Right, that's quite a hefty thing. This goes on this side. And I think I'm just building the same thing again on the other side. I think so. Gingerbread, even identical twins like these two girls in my class were different heights. And again, that could very well be due to competition early on in development. One just naturally gains a very small advantage in the womb, and from then on, it's very difficult for the other one to catch up. Until they're born, at least. But even then, it's they still get a head start. It's not really fair, but that is just the way it is. Life is not fair. Mods, I spilled my juice. Mods. Fuck you two. Mods, can you wake up and actually do some... Because what's the point of you otherwise, seriously? So funny. Auto mod holds perfectly good messages. When it comes to transphobia, it's absolutely clueless. Isn't technology wonderful? Considering the amount of transphobia we are getting in this stream, it would be nice if people were a bit more on the ball. Battling Finn. What's that mean? Who's Finn? What's Finn? Battling what? Finn? When? Philodane says, we did compete a lot when we were younger and kind of like fought a lot, even more than with our other siblings. But in our teen years and onward, we became tighter than can be. And even as a kid, we had like our own secret language and stuff. That's cool. The mofo rolled a nat 20 and I rolled a 12. Yeah. Sometimes it do be like that. Yep. Miserable is what they are. Miserable people. It's wild to see how much transphobia this stream is getting indeed. Sorry to see that. Yeah, as I was saying, it's fine. It's just that I do need my mods to be on it a bit more, because we do need to, you know, they shouldn't feel like they can hang around. Would you like to be a mod, Dilladane? Happy to promote you to mod if you like. Just, you know, you gotta, you know, with great power comes great responsibility. Yeah, it's busy, isn't it? It's busy today. Which, you know, but it's a good thing. It's nice that it's busy. It means, you know, people are watching, and that means that a lot of people are coming in, and some of them are nasty. It's all part of the game. So Finn's refusing to send your messages. Finn are really annoying, actually. I can't. My Finn account's kind of broken, and I don't know how to restore it. I don't know how to fix it because it's it broke when I changed all my details, and I'm at a bit of a loss to know what to do about it. It's funny because I know where the Finn offices are in Oslo. It feels like I should just better walk in and say hello. I'd like your help, but it's like that probably is not going to help. That's not how it works. They probably outsourced it to India or something. But I still need to get my account fixed. I don't know how to do it. Oh no, it's not that. Is it this one? No. I need a 7. What's a 7? Here we go. Yeah, you have to be. To go out of your way to click on a stream and comment about shit like that. You've got to be really miserable. You got to be real miserable with your life. And just, you know, hurt people, right? Sad that there's so many hurt people out there. But I don't feel too bad about it. I don't feel too sorry for them. Because they have a choice, just like everyone. And they have chosen to continue the cycle of violence. So I don't really have, you know, too much sympathy for that. Yeah, no, it's okay, Dill. I don't expect you to be able to come on mod every time. It's just, you know, it's just support, you know, because, just... And if you feel like you want to if you feel like you, want to rescind your mod status at any point, just let me know, it's fine. But I'll just promote you. I can't do it from in the UI. I have to actually type it down. That's annoying. There you go, you're a mod now. You'll see extra icons and stuff next to people's names. One of them is like ban, one of them is kick. You probably want to ban people rather than kick people because, like, for anything transphobic, we don't want them to come back, you know. And also, before you do that, try and get a screenshot. If you see something in the chat and it's nasty, quickly get a screenshot, then ban them. And then with the screenshot, just paste that screenshot into our Discord. We've got a channel which it's called Transphobia on Stream. And I just like to keep a record of all the transphobia on the stream. And one day I'll release a book. Or something. I'm not entirely sure what I'm going to do with it, but it just feels like I should record this kind of stuff, you know? Grandma, can we read all the messages you used to get on Twitch when you were young? Certainly, grandchildren. Now, are you sitting comfortably? I shall begin. Are you a man or a woman? And I have to do it in a voice as well. You have to do it in a voice. Gingerbread, I know I stated the fact that you are beautiful earlier, but honestly, I've been thinking you are looking really pretty today, Meja. Ooh, thank you, Gingerbread. I did my eyes different. Can I just show you my eyes? I did them a bit different. Can you see, like, I've got this super special... Sorry, I got a tape. I used tape, and I stuck tape underneath my eye, and then did my eyeshadow. So I'm pretty happy with it. It's quite a cool technique. Like, this is the first time I've done it, so maybe I've messed it up a bit, and I could get it better, right? But it's still pretty cool. It's a good technique. You just tape, and then brush, and then take the tape off, and it's like you're basically masking it, you know. So I've got a nice cut kind of line. New techniques. Always good to learn. Yeah, I was watching a Instagram. I follow an Instagram girl who does a lot of makeup, and she does makeup for people who've got I don't know, whatever you call it, eyes like mine, basically, which are a bit more deep set, you know. I can't remember what it's called now. It's got a name. Anyway, thank you, Gingerbread. Studio says, have you been in contact with support? Because they are usually pretty good. And they're in Norway. Okay, no, I haven't actually been in contact. I tried to sort it out myself and I just couldn't see a way. So I should do that. Yep. I don't like talking to people. I mean, I don't mind talking to you guys, but that's different. It is nice to have more people with modability, because as you can see, me and Aurelia can't always be on alert. Support I will always do, and I'm happy to correct bad behaviour. As I said, I try to do that in real life or just in general. I try to be a decent person. I don't tolerate transphobia in real life or any type of phobia in real life or online. And that's why I think you'll probably be a good mod till the day. And I know we do have more mods, but they're not on today, so that's fine. So yeah, just remember to get the screenshot. Very important. The screenshot is very important. Document. We must document this behaviour. I don't know why. I don't exactly know why. I just feel we should. Any suggestions for what we should do with the document of the bad behaviour? I'm all ears. I could just feel like there should be something that we can be, you know, that it can be used for one day. To make some kind of soup. I don't know. Roger that. That's perfectly understandable. You know that kind of behaviour is criminal offline. At least it is here. We have anti-hate speech laws. I know not everywhere does, but I get why you're gathering the names. It's the receipts, isn't it? It's receipts. I guess it's receipts. One day I'll collect. I'll cash the receipts in one day. And I'll be a millionaire. Somehow. Profit. And don't worry, I won't forget about you guys when I make it big.
An artificial paradise.
I'll send you postcards. Yeah, it's good, isn't it? I've seen people do it as well, but I knew the technique. I knew how to do it, but I forgot, and I never really thought about doing it myself. I always, you get into a habit of how to do things, right? So I've got a habit of doing my makeup, and it's once you're in that kind of habit and you know it works, then it's very easy to just kind of stay doing that. But I just thought I'd try this. I just got inspired today. And I had a little bit of time, before the stream. I wasn't in a massive rush, so I thought, I can do this. And if it goes wrong, I can just wipe it off and try again, or just do it the standard way. Yeah, I think I can get it better next time. I guess I don't know what I did wrong. The trick to doing any of these kinds of things is to not worry about getting it wrong. Not worry about failure. Some people are so worried about failure that they never start. They never try. And you just gotta resign yourself to failing. You gotta be like, it's okay. Failure is not really failure. It's a natural process of learning. So yeah, I failed a lot. And that's fine. What's happening here? Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, I pulled it up. Yeah, fine. Oh, cool. Rex is happy. Yeah, you're a mod as well, Rex. Cool. But you're in Australia, and so it's pretty late for you. Like you get So the early morning stream on Thursday, Rex. Do you think you'll be able to join us for that? It's not like super early. It's 10:30 CT, so whatever that is in Australia. 10:30. So I had to say 10:30 because if I say 10:30, in Norway that means 9:30, which is really confusing. It's like 2:30, whereas in English time, when you're talking the time in English, it's always 10:30. So it's 10:30. And so you just say 10:30. You don't say 10:30. You just say 10:30 because everyone knows what that means. But in Norway, that means 9:30. It means 10:30. Gosh, that's confusing. And I think it's always going to be confusing, that one, honestly, for everyone involved. Send all of it over to Twitch to have their accounts permanently locked out. Well, yes, I would certainly hope that, because it is good to actually report them as well on Twitch. So if you find yourself with a spare minute or two, you are more than welcome to report these accounts that do this and then post their receipts, and whatever you need to make sure that they are banned, because I think it's, they need to be banned, and honestly, that's the least that they need. Like, if that's the only repercussion, that's not much, is it? Let's face it. But it's better than nothing, perhaps. I suppose. It is better than nothing, right? It looks a bit weird, but okay. Surely Twitch have rules about hate speech on the platform. Yeah, of course they do. It's always good to report unwanted users with bad behavior. But yeah, we can also report them. Yep. Which is a good thing to do. It does take a little longer, but I'd appreciate it. And if this is something that you feel like you want to do, then go ahead. That's absolutely cool. I don't know if you need to be a mod to do that, do you? I mean, or like you can report on my behalf, I hope. I mean, I don't know. Because if it's all on me, then that's annoying. There we go. Okay, Gingerface got a good suggestion. Print them with a circuit machine on fabric and make them into a fabulous dress. The transphobia dress. Wouldn't that be incredible? Honestly, that would be so incredible. I don't know where to start. A circuit machine. So I don't know what any of those things are because I've never done it. Like, if anyone else wants to make me a transphobia dress, I think, like, maybe we should try and get some kind of crowdfunding thing going. If we can get a crowdfunding thing going as on my wish list for a transphobia dress, with all the names with all the horrible comments that I've got from Twitch throughout the my time here, that would be so cool. Honestly, that's a really good suggestion. I love it. I absolutely love it. And I want to see this happen. We need to talk more. We need to talk more about this, seriously. Studio will be mentioned as the people on Twitch when she makes an acceptance speech. Exactly. Yeah. That'll be your moment. You'll be able to feel proud then. It's like, oh, that's me. She's talking about me. Like Cabra looking at the screen. The bricks. Hold on. Oh, DJ Mr. Sula's here. Hello, you. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a great Sunday. Pride was good yesterday. We had fun. Fun in the sun. Feeling a little slow now. But today's been a nice chill day. Me and Aurelia, we went for a little bit of exercise, went to the shop. Got some a few supplies for dinner. Yeah, that's about the most exciting thing that's happened today, but honestly, that's fine. This is a day for that kind of thing. I can't be partying every day. God, imagine a time system where 10 meant 5. Yeah, no, that would be awful. Yeah, like half of 10. But ask Aurelia about Danish counting. Ask Aurelia to give you some examples of the Danish counting system, and I think you'll be thinking that actually half 10 for 5 sounds reasonable suddenly. It's so funny. I just don't know how they evolved as a species, honestly, Danish people. They were stunted. Rex. Oh yeah, 1:30 at the moment, but I only have to pop off in a moment because I have to take the mother-in-law to the eye clinic in the morning. That's perfectly cool. I hope she's okay. I hope it's a successful appointment. Yeah, 1:30 isn't too bad, is it? You're usually up quite late. Later than that. Can't find any pieces again. Still thinking about that dress idea. It's a good idea. That is a good idea. Can you help me? Can you help me make it happen, please? Oh, that's not it. Well, I don't know where the piece is, as usual. Frustrating. Yeah, we've had quite a lot of transphobia today, Shamanic, which is kind of what got us talking about, the idea of the transphobia dress. I think it's a really good idea. Thanks. But yeah, even if I'm only about for a couple of streams a week, there were 2 headshots I could have got tonight. 2 headshots. No, 3, I think. Yeah, we got 3. At least 3 instances this time. A transphobic tiara as well. Oh, DJ Mrs. Zero says, I'm sad I missed it, but I was so behind on sleep. It's okay, I understand. Your sleep is important. Yeah, it's definitely important. Good night's sleep. Makes all the difference to, it's important to get sleep for health, isn't it? If nothing else. When I don't get enough sleep, like if I have a restless night, I am absolutely useless the day after. Like completely useless. There's literally no point me doing that day. I might as well just, skip to the next one. This is frustrating. There it is. Found it. Gosh, that took ages. I got really stuck then. I'll put it there so you can see. It's not much. But yeah, next year. Gingerberry might have to find a streamer from Makers and Crafting who does commissions and has the equipment to do such. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, keep it in-house, as it were, and get another streamer to do it, commission them to do it, with like bit donations or something into this stream. That would be so fun. Danish counting is perfectly fine. No. The Danes understand it, but no one else does. But the Danish do, and that's the important part. I suppose you're right. Yeah, like your language, indeed. Well, no, we understand the Dane fine because they are speaking English right now. Yep. Rex is gonna bed. Much love to you too, Rex. The TT, the transphobic tiara. I think I might stop fairly soon. I'm kind of tired now. I'm just waiting for a good point. Oh, here we go. There's bag 4. So I'm going to stop just before bag 4 then. Right, what am I doing with this? Putting it on here. Yep, there we go. And I'm putting some axles in to hold it. Just gonna pin it in. Ooh, what? Oh, it goes in the middle. Oh yeah, okay, it goes in the middle. Yeah. Oh boy, that didn't work. Ah, stop it, Technic Lego. Stop falling apart. Can be quite frustrating, Technic Lego. There, I found it. Finally found the correct angle. That doesn't feel strong. That doesn't feel right, actually. Oh, well, that's because it's not right. Ooh. Okay. It's really weak. Hopefully they're going to put some more stuff on to make it stronger, but it's not there yet, that's for sure. And then 2 more. Where do they go? What? Oh, on the other side. Yeah, they go in the back. I get it. Okay, fine. And it's just slightly up, is it? No, is it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it's slightly up. Okay, cool. Right, Errol, no, Errol. Errol says earlier, from now on you only speak Danish to Meja. Please no. She has to learn at some point. I'll learn nothing from that. Like, you know, people have spoken Norwegian to me for many, many years now, and I still haven't really figured it out. So, Danish, come on. That's not going to help anything. That's just going to make it worse. That's going to make me more confused, not less. Exactly. I once said I was going to talk Norwegian to Meja. Well, go on then. It never happens because I just go automatically into English. Yeah, who speaks Nynorsk anyway? Who speaks Nynorsk? It's all bokmål, isn't it? Really, mostly almost. It says, "How about no?" I was meeting my cousin's wife not so long ago. Been a while since I've seen him. First time meeting her, I thought she was going to speak in bokmål. So I was like, this is going to be a cakewalk. It wasn't. Okay, DJ Mrs. Zura speaks Nynorsk. Well, there we go. Now I know someone who speaks Nynorsk. I don't know. I mean, maybe I already do, but I don't know. It was all bokmål where I was in Kristiansund, that's for sure. It is a bit confusing. Having 2 languages in one country, that's too many. You should have one language. Okay, this goes here. No, where does this go? Goes here, this, yeah. Okay, let's go. This one goes here. Like so. Tilda Dane. I legit sweated for 5 hours straight, trying to really focus on the convo and what she was saying. I was seated next to her to function. I know exactly the feeling. I have done the same thing. It's really tiring, isn't it? It's really tiring when you're concentrating so hard to try and figure out what people are talking about, what people are saying. I can do it for about 20 seconds, and then it's like, nah. No, I can do it for a bit longer than 20 seconds, actually. I'll do about 30 seconds. Shamanic says, laugh my ass off. I speak many languages fine. Oh, aren't you clever? But I lived in Netherlands for 2 years and barely learned Dutch. Just enough to confuse Dutch people, but nothing more. feels on purpose, almost. Edel, I think you probably mean more a Norwegian dialect more than Nynorsk. No one really speaks Nynorsk. I'm sure what people mean is when Nynorsk is your main language. Yes, but Nynorsk is mainly a written language. That's sort of what I understood as well. Same as bokmål. No one really speaks either. And because in Norway you have different dialects, and the different dialects means that words are different as well. It's not just the sound of the word. It's like, you know, it's definitely different, and it sounds different, and it's written different too. Yeah, okay, what's happening here? What? No, yeah, okay. That's cool. Oh, that is cool. Wow, that's really cool. Oh, I love that bit. Very good. Oh, I enjoyed that bit of Lego, actually. That was a good bit. Oh, I love Lego, it's brilliant. There we go. Dilda Dane. It was crazy just trying to speak to her and reply to her in Danish. Obviously, she's used to Danish because of her husband, but I just really never heard that specific accent, and some words just felt very foreign to me. Might have been easier just to speak in English, like a more of a shared common language. I don't know. It's up to you, obviously. It's just an idea. I'm a bit biased, obviously. Right, I see. That's their wings that go up and down like that. I get it. I think I get it. I can see stuff happening. Look. It wants to fly. It wants to fly. But it ain't gonna. And I'm not gonna push it because it's actually quite weak, that if I start pushing things, it's just gonna fall apart. It's just gonna fly apart. Hey, by the big brook, hello. We moved on from the treehouse. We did. We finished the treehouse. It's, you can just about see it in the background, maybe? It is here. This is the treehouse. Why can't I not get my hand in the right place? It's there. I'm holding the tree. There it is. And, yeah, now we're making the Ornithopter. This is the Ornithopter from Dune. It's looking pretty sweet. I mean, actually, it's not. It looks like ass, but it's gonna be really good. I know it's gonna be really good. So it's all the interior stuff. It's all the, the inner workings, as they say in New York. There are a few dialects in Norway I cannot understand, says Errol. Granted, you're Norwegian. Granted, no one does, not even the ones speaking them. So what are you talking about? Yeah. You can tell where someone's from by how they say I. Sometimes it's yai, sometimes it's egg. Egg? What? There's a lot of eggs in this conversation. I don't understand. Because the thing is with egg is egg as well. But Dilda Dane says she felt more calm and collected, and kind of like she was onto me and kind of giggling to herself. Germanic. Does something about Germanic languages being close enough to English, but far enough apart that my brain struggles with it. I'm good with Romance languages and Asian languages, but struggle with Germanic and Scandinavian languages. I've enjoyed the conversation slots today. The conversation slots? Thank you, by the book. Dilda Dane, yeah, but I felt like if I switched to English in the company, that would be weird. My cousin's siblings and parents, etc., and others understood her perfectly fine. Oh no, that's even worse. So it was just you who were like trying to keep up and soaked with sweat. Spaghetti bolognese, very nice, Freya. Jealous. Looking forward to my dinner. I'm not sure what we're having yet. I can't remember. No, more already has said, but I've forgotten. I think we're making a doll. Oh, I think we're making a doll. Maybe I'm making a doll. I could be making a doll. I'm not sure. But I like making dolls. That's going to be fun. I like eating dolls too. Yes, exactly. DJ Mrs. Zero. I used to be an egg. Used to be an egg, but not anymore. Me too, I guess. Sort of. Okay, by the brick is actually learning Norwegian on Duolingo. Slowly. Slowly is the key word. I can be jeg, egg, I, can be all sorts of things. All sorts of nasty things. I've been learning Swedish and can get the basics down. That's cool, fair. Yeah, I got the basics in Norwegian. I can actually... Okay, get this. Right, get this. I was in there now. I want to go and big myself up now. I'm going to big myself up big style. I was ordering a coffee in a cafe recently. And I think me and Aurelia were talking in English. And then she asked what I wanted. And I asked for the coffee in English because I didn't switch. I usually do, and I didn't switch just because I didn't. Just because I'd literally just been talking English, right? And so So normally what happens is I order coffees, not just coffees, but I talk to people in Norwegian and they fairly quickly clock on and switch to English, especially when I start to struggle. Thanks. But this time she heard me ask for the coffee in English and then she switched to Norwegian and I carried on the conversation in Norwegian, ordering the coffee, like the opposite of the way it was. And I was like, yes! At the end of it, I was like, whoa, that was pretty cool. Did she think I was Norwegian? No, why? I don't know what it was, but it was something. So I'm pretty happy with it. Whatever. Tilda Dane says, we use air in my area of North Jutland, far north where I'm from. And ins for ikke. Yeah, no, not. So do you or don't you? Yeah, no, ins. That's weird. Okay, we're making DL. Making DL. I don't know. Down low. I don't know who's actually responsible for it though. I don't know either because I don't even know what DL is. So, is it all? I know it's boss like, innit? I'm boss. I'm a boss. I'm a girl boss. That's what I am. So it's dull, and it's also missing an A. it's like you're shouting at me that we're making DL. Right, I'm gonna look for someone to raid on. It's been fun. Had a good time, guys. Thank you for joining me. Hope you've had a good time too. And I hope you continue to have a really nice Sunday. If anyone's got any suggestions for who we would like to raid next, that's always greatly appreciated. Oh, I'm still streaming together. I should end that. Good. So anyone could have jumped in there. One of my trolls could have joined in the stream together then somehow. Not too many people in my list. People streaming. You're very welcome for the stream and the stream. I'm glad, Errol. I'm very happy to hear that. Yeah, anyone got any suggestions? Astro Canuck is a good suggestion. I have him in my list. Raid him many times. But, you know, maybe I'll just raid him again because he's always good. What's he building? He's building something. He's building the Lego Space Command rover. Oh, nice. It's a minifig one. It's a playset. Yes, I think I know which one it is. It's the... Yeah, I remember which one it is. Yeah. It's really nice. And then we also got possibility of Fireheart TTV. Fireheart TTV. Maybe I don't follow them. Let me just check them out. Thanks for the suggestion. It's always good to raid different people, you know, because I do tend to raid the same people over and over again. So cool. I don't actually follow Fireheart TTV. This could be a good one. Yeah, Moonrays. I think I've raided Moonrose recently. Thank you for the suggestion, Ginger Bay. Beat Cleaver, not Lego, but a lovely musician. Cool, thanks for the suggestion, Shamanic. I am going to raid Fireheart TTV, continue the Lego goodness for everybody. So let me just drop this in. I think we have made a decision. And, I don't know, are they trans or cis? Doesn't matter. Either way is good. If I just, because I haven't got the audio on, so let me just put the unmute it. Oh, I can't. Oh. No, no. Cool. Right, so we are rating Fireheart TTV. They are making Lego Tales of the Space Age. Oh, Lego Tales of the Space Age. This is really good, actually. This is a really good set. I like this set. Yeah. This will be worth a watch, I think. Cool. Awesome. So easily distracted, somewhat chaotic variety streamer. There's no telling what version of me you'll get. I love travel, outdoors, ocean life, Lego and Disney. Sounds pretty cool. We are going to raid her or them. So thank you everyone for watching. I hope you have a fantastic week. I will be back on Wednesday, normal time, around about 5 o'clock. On Thursday, big day, Thursday morning, I'm going to be joining a
Well,
raid train. So we're going to do that around 10:30, start streaming around 10:30 in the morning. And then on Thursday evening, I'm going to be joining Shiv as a guest, and we're going to be talking politics because it's the British elections. So that's going to be fun. So yeah, hope you can join any and all of those. In the meantime, take care, everyone. I appreciate all the support. Good night.
welcome in.